ran for office last time. Washoe County Sheriff, so he's
All right, everybody. It is 2:09 p.m. on this Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024, and this is the regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Trustee Church.
here.
Vice President Mayberry.
Here.
Trustee Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
I'm here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
All right, Madam President, we have a quorum.
Fantastic. All right. So that brings us now to item 1.03, and we have a very special first and a very special person who will be doing this pledge. He is a veteran of the Washoe County School District. Oh, hold on. We haven't stood up yet. I'll call for it in a minute. He has been with this district for over 25 years. He has worked and dedicated his life to Donner Springs Elementary, Van Gorder Elementary, Roy Gom, Alice Smith, Alice Taylor, and Anderson, 6 schools in our district. He has been in the Office of School Leadership as a co-lead area superintendent. He was our chief continuous improvement officer. He's been a basketball and softball coach in the Washoe County School District. He's received state and national recognition for his work. He has been the principal of the year. He was also the new teacher of the year when he first started. He loves his family. He cheers for the Detroit Lions, and he has committed his professional life to Washoe County. Please, Superintendent Joe Ernst, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Ernst, and welcome.
Thank you, President Smith.
Now we'll move on to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived in this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize the connections they have to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. Now that closes item 1.04 and section 1 in its entirety, and we will move on now to section 2, our consent agenda items. So today we are looking for consideration on items 2.02 all the way to 2.34. Prior to this meeting, I do have noticed that we will be pulling several of the items. So JJ, I say that we're pulling consent agenda item 2.14, correct? Yep.
Correct.
Very good. And that information is already included as part of consent agenda item 2.12. So as a notice to trustees in whatever potential future motion, we're just going to pull that number out. And then I do know that we have the request for 2.33 to be pulled by Trustee Church. And Trustee Church, can you remind me maybe where you landed on the other items that you were considering?
Yeah, and I'll try to be quick on each of them, but 2.19 on NASB, 2.34 Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, 2.31 a resolution.
So on the resolution, is it possible that you make a statement during the open discussion period on that, or does it fully need to be pulled?
I can do that. Good idea.
Excellent. All right. I very much appreciate your compromise on that. Just to make sure I've got those numbers, I've got 2.19, which is the NASB issue. I have, of course, 2.33 and 2.34. Did I miss another one in there, or were those the three?
I think that's it.
So on 2.31, Trustee Church has agreed in the open discussion period to make a statement of his interest on that item rather than fully pulling it. So, okay, so just to make sure that everyone's following along, 2.14 is completely removed from the consent agenda item because that is already represented in 2.12. And then we will prepare staff and individual discussion on items 2.19, 2.33, and 2.34. So, colleagues, that leaves us with an open discussion period for 2.02 to 2.13, 2.15 to 2.18, and 2.20 to 2.32. So are there any general statements that anyone would like to make on those items? Trustee Church.
Just a question, do we need to approve the consent agenda?
We will later, but now
Okay.
is the open comment period, and you had mentioned perhaps wanting to do that for one of the items. Now would be a great time.
Thank you. So 2.31, adoption of Washoe County School District Board Resolution, a resolution in support of INVEST, Nevada Association of School Superintendent document supporting public education in Nevada for possible action. The reason I wanted to comment on that is when I read it and some of my constituents said, well, is this an anti-school choice agenda item? And I read it 3 different times and I spoke to staff, and it's not. It doesn't say we do or do not support school choice. So with that in mind, to make clear that it is not anti-school choice, I will support that.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no other lights on, JJ, do we have any public comment on items 2.02 to 2.13, 2.15 to 2.18, 2.20 to 2.32?
We do not.
Okay, excellent. So I will bring that back to this board, and I will look for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 to 2.13, 2.15 to 2.18, and 2.20 to 2.32.
So moved.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. I see no lights on for discussion on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you so much, colleagues. And now we will go ahead and we'll move to the first of the three pulled items, beginning with item 2.19. And this is approval of payment of annual membership dues to the Nevada Association of School Boards for the 2024-25 in the amount of $24,919.82. Again, this is now a separate item for possible action. And I will yield to you, Trustee Church, as the person who pulled.
Thank you very much. And again, I'll try to be brief. There's no sense in beating a dead horse, but I've spoken out on NASB before. I was on their board previously. I think they've lost their direction. I'm concerned with some of our money goes to them, then gets funneled to national organizations whose ideas I do not agree with. In fact, the Washoe County School District voted to not belong to that national organization. So to me, supporting the local state organization that supports national is counterintuitive. But I just have real concerns, and we had a presentation on NASB a few weeks ago, maybe a month or two ago. I understand they're listening, but they haven't made me happy that they're actually acting and dealing with the issue of quality of education. I think, again, they've lost their focus and gone off in different directions. A little too much lobbying, a little less attention to quality of education. So I'm prepared to vote no, and I appreciate you letting me put that on the record.
Thank you very much, Trustee Church. JJ, do we have any public comment on this one item?
We do not.
All right, seeing as we have no public comment, I will entertain a motion on item 2.19.
I move to approve item 2.19.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Nicolette, seconded by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no lights on and no discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Thank you very much, colleagues. And now we'll move on to the next item, which I believe is 2.33. And let me get this read correctly. So this is the approval to direct the superintendent and the Office of General Counsel pursuant to Board Policy 9165 to perform pre-litigation due diligence into the State Public Charter School Authority's decision to approve Matter Academy of Northern Nevada and or Matter Academy of Northern Nevada's operation in North Valleys, and approval to file litigation against either the State Public Charter School Authority and or Matter Academy of Northern Nevada at the discretion of the superintendent and the Office of the General Counsel. Again, this is now an individual item for possible action, and as the trustee who pulled, I will defer to you, Trustee Church.
Thank you very much, and I will be extremely careful. I will not discuss any attorney-client information. I just want to discuss some of the many emails we've had, and everything here therein would be public information. Number one, the optics of this could be perceived as anti-school choice. Whether it's true or not, the optics could be perceived that way. I am pro-school choice, although that's not specifically the issue here. Number one, I understand there are other administrative actions being taken on this matter of the Mater Academy, and so I think it would be premature to use taxpayer dollars for that purpose, and so there are other administrative actions still pending. Additionally, it was pointed out in an email, again, doesn't mean it's true, that the school, somebody in the school district, whatever, engaged Opinion, our lobbyist group, to reach out and get some information on this. That concerns me as a trustee. I think it's inappropriate since we as a board never approved that use of Opinion to do those purposes, if true, big emphasis there. But if true, I am not at all happy that Opinion would get involved in this particular legal matter. And finally, I just don't believe that the costs involved are justified. I just don't want to use taxpayer money for this matter. I think that money is much better spent elsewhere. So with all those things in mind, unless somebody changes my mind, I will probably be voting no. Thank you.
All right. JJ, do we have public comment on item 2.33?
Sandy Tibbet.
Wonderful. Welcome, Ms. Tibbet. Something new that I'd also like to point out is that we do have our board policies and expectations up here in a PowerPoint, and that's for all members of our public who are joining us and participating in this process.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. So I find it very interesting the board president chose to include agenda item 2.33 in the 34 consent items as if trying to sneak it through without an open discussion, which is not really surprising. So thank you, Trustee Church, for pulling it. So per the emails I obtained from a records request, President Smith strongly opposes this particular charter school. So I would have thought she would have wanted the board to openly discuss pre-litigation and filing litigation against either the State Public Charter School Authority and or Mater Academy of Northern Nevada. So November 18th, Smith, she reached out to her valued colleagues and fellow Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board members, Vice Mayor Naomi Dewar and Council Member Devin Reese, to voice their concerns about the use permit filed for Mater Academy, citing a serious increase in traffic and other community impacts. So rich. Naomi Dewar signed on to this ridiculous argument and emailed a handful of Reno City officials, including Hillary Sheeby, citing negative traffic impacts because parents would come twice a day to drop off and pick up their kids. So where's their opposition to the hundreds of thousands of apartments being constructed across the valley that are causing major traffic issues and negatively impacting the lives of Washoe County residents? They don't care because the apartments don't negatively impact their funding like a new expanded charter school would. A charter school operating outside of Washoe County School District's oversight, and they are doing it successfully. So kudos to Mater Academy. We definitely need more of them. Washoe County and the other Reno officials that are in opposition to Mater need to retreat from this fight. The parents and the students of this community want school choice, which is evidenced by the expansion of Mater Academy to a K through 12 charter in the North Valleys. So don't be selfish and take away the opportunities and dreams of the 1,600 students who are looking to Mater Academy for their education. You need to reevaluate the negative impact your decisions are making on the parents of these Mater students and the staff who employs them. Thank you. And I have those emails if you would like me to share them with you.
Thank you, Ms. Tibbet.
That's all I have for this item.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'll bring it back to this board.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve consent agenda item 2.33.
A second.
All right, so I have a motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Woodley. I do see a light on for Trustee Nicolette and also Vice President Mayberry on the motion.
Final statement. I've said it before many times, and I've said it to Mater when I visit. I say it to all of our Washoe County School District sponsored charter schools. I've said it in the newspaper. I've said it because I believe it and I know it's right. I believe in the right and responsibility for parents to be able to choose those educational decisions that are best for their children and their family. My concern in this particular instance is that we dot all the I's and cross all the T's, zoning and discussion about traffic. Those are not my areas of expertise. This is going to be coming before the Reno City Council. And I look forward to their discussion and their decision and learning more about how we move forward to make things right and good for everyone in our community. And as you can see, this really is an agenda item to direct the superintendent and his team based on their experience, education, and their research to make the decisions that are best for Washoe County School District and the surrounding communities. And I trust their judgment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Nicolette. Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, I well said, Trustee Nicolette. You know, this is one item I've lost a little sleep over because I've been conflicted. I've gone back and forth. Even at this moment, I you know, before I hit the microphone button, I may have voted differently than I do now. That's how difficult it is for me. I mean, overall, I think fundamentally, you know, having a private enterprise come in like this and open up a charter school for private gain is abhorrent. I really do. There clearly needs to be some significant fixes at the legislative level. There are a lot of shady things, in my view, and I'll say it on the record, I'm not afraid to, that are wrong with this. At the same time, pursuing litigation when it just, in my view, seems like there's already been precedents that have allowed for this kind of behavior throughout our state has already been established. So, I mean, honestly, I can go either way. And I appreciate the passion of many of my colleagues. You know, it's a very difficult issue for me, for sure, because I think as clearly the narrative is going to be that the school district is afraid of competition and that we don't support choice. So I would respectfully ask the superintendent to do all he can, to counterbalance that and to make sure that we control the narrative in this case. Again, there's a lot wrong. I think I'm not convinced that moving forward with litigation is the right answer either. And I'll reluctantly plan to support the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Mayberry.
Okay, thank you, President Smith. I feel very strongly for school of choice. I think it's important. I think it raises a competitive level that brings about the best in everyone. But one thing I will not support is anyone coming into the state of Nevada and basically strip mining us of our resources, because that is where the money goes off of what they make on our children. It goes to Florida. Nevada does not have unlimited resources, and I encourage everyone to do their homework and look at where that money is going. It's going not to Nevada. This is where we live, folks. We live in Nevada. We don't have unlimited money for our communities, and the money needs to stay in Nevada. But I am for school of choice, but Nevada has to come first here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Westlake. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. I too am for school choice, especially as a Christian, as a Catholic. I really support Catholic schools a lot. I donate to Catholic schools. So I do believe in choice. What I don't appreciate in this particular situation with this particular item is similar to what my fellow trustee said. There was a lot of shady approaches in trying to get this approved, and they did get it approved. I also don't appreciate the cheap shot of trying to make it a racial issue or a prejudice issue. I think, this is my own personal opinion, there's no other agency, I've been in this community over 25 years, and there is no other agency in this region that does as much or advocates as much for all of our demographics within the region as the Washoe County School District does. So I appreciate that. I've been on the receiving end of that compassion and empathy and acceptance as I was appointed here, unanimous decision, and I appreciate that. And I don't appreciate people trying to use, and I'll say it, the race card, especially on this. This is cheap shot. The way they went about doing this was, I have a lot of issues with it. I'm not going to go into the details, but it was definitely shady, and I will be voting for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Also, this on record too for the community. We've done a lot of work in North Valleys. We got the new O'Brien Middle School. We've got Michael's Innskeep that was just opened not too long ago, and we're actually just talking with Superintendent Ernst. Over the next 2 years, we're going to have a new Stead Elementary School, and we're going to be building an addition on to North Valleys High School. That'll be servicing the high school out there. So, by no means is North Valleys being overlooked or underserved. I do believe this current board has done a lot and been very progressive out there. So I just want to put that on the record as well, and just echo what a lot of my colleagues are saying in the manner in which this was carried out.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So we have a motion to approve item 2.33 made by Clerk Rodriguez and seconded by Trustee Woodley. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you very much, colleagues. And now we will move on to item 2.34. This is the possible action to approve the following to the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission: the reappointment of Jessica Goakachia Paris, government official agency representative, for an additional 2-year term ending June 30th, 2026, and the appointment of Dr. Ashley Dafferty, the at-large member, for a 2-year term, also ending June 30th, 2026. This is a item for possible action in an individual capacity. And again, I will defer to Trustee Church as the trustee who pulled.
Thank you very much. Again, for those that watch our meetings, it's a broken record, so I'll try to be brief, but I've consistently been concerned about reappointing individuals without opening it up to the general public. And that's exactly what it is in this case on the first issue. The individual, I had no question as far as their qualifications. It's not a personal attack. It's simply that I believe that we should open these up for anybody that wants to apply. And that individual can still apply, but let's open it up for the community. There may be another better candidate out there or somebody with a different point of view. On the individual that's being appointed because no one else applied, I've read the policy over and over. It says that they didn't apply during the 2-week they were the only applicant during the 2-week application period. Well, that's not what the website says. The website says the application period will remain open until the seats are filled. So the policy is that we go out far and wide. We make extensive efforts to recruit people, not just posting it for the bare minimum of 2 weeks. I don't think we've complied. And I read the staff report or the memos that came back, and they were worded very carefully, but I don't believe that we have done that. And I believe this is an important position. Last time it was open, I'm told we had 4 highly qualified candidates. So this time they open it for 2 weeks and we get 1. I just would like to see this go back to the drawing board and make sure we advertise it well in the community, set a definitive date when it ends, not the application will until the seats are filled. What does that mean? So people might have applied a day later. I'm hearing rumors that there were other applicants, but they weren't in that 2-week period. So again, I would ask my colleagues to consider sending this back to the drawing board and opening it up for the general public. Thank you.
Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right. I will bring it back to this board for a possible action on item 2.34.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve item 2.34 by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on for further discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you, staff, for coming up. All right, everyone. Well, thank you all so much for that. That now concludes item 2.34 and closes section 2, our consent agenda items in their entirety. We will move on now to section 3, our items for discussion, information, and/or action. And we will open first with item 3.01. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider and approve the performance targets for the annual contractual requirement for the performance evaluation of the Washoe County School District Superintendent of Schools for the 2024-25 school year. This is an item for possible action, and we welcome Dr. Thomas Alsbury of Balanced Governance Solutions and the inventor of Balanced Governance, and Dr. Steve Joel from McPherson and Jacobson, who many in our community will remember as half of our dream team, along with Dr. Walt Cooper through the superintendent search. So welcome, gentlemen, and we look forward to experiencing this with the public now.
President Smith, members of the trustees, it's great to see everybody again. As I made my way to Reno last night, successfully navigating some of the airline challenges, I really thought about this search and how successful it has been. From the moment we started working together, we found, Dr. Cooper and I found the Board of Trustees and President Smith to be wonderful to work with, and we didn't have any doubts in our mind that there would be a successful outcome. And so from the beginning, when we decided how we were going to gather stakeholder feedback and engaging people in the process, I want to congratulate you on your transparency, your forthrightedness, and your willingness really to put forward the best foot you could during that interview process. It was very comprehensive, it was very inclusive, and you ended up with a wonderful outcome. And so we are so excited for the future of Washoe County and all of your students, 64,000 of them. But, you know, the honeymoon doesn't last very long, Mr. Ernst, as you probably are well aware, and I'm sure with Ms. McNeel here that the training wheels are going to be coming off pretty quickly. And so our work really in this final phase is about establishing performance objectives for the first-year superintendent. As you know, we guarantee this process for a period of 2 years, and we don't pay off on it, primarily because we know that the model that we subscribe to really works well. But the work ahead really is now the board and, the trustees and the superintendent in sync on the most important work that's going to take place. And we like doing this work in the summer because it's a little bit more laid back. But once school starts, you know, of course, things begin to occur. And so it's very important that there be a roadmap. And I know that's going to be the work that Dr. Alsbury is going to be working through. I also want to say what a pleasure it has been for me and for our company to work with Dr. Alsbury. I've read about him. I've actually seen his name published many times in the literature regarding board governance and superintendent success. And we've had the opportunity to work together, bringing the best of what he offers and hopefully the best of what we offer. But I'll close by saying congratulations. Congratulations on a successful search. Congratulations on a bright future, and know that Dr. Cooper and I both will cherish this search and the memories that we've had, and we'll use you as a role model as we continue to go forward. And you know, the nice thing and the not so nice thing about this world is there's always going to be opportunities to do superintendent searches. So let's keep this going for a period of years. You heard me say on the very, very front end, it takes 5 years to move the needle. I think we have the process in place to be able to get that. Congratulations, Mr. Ernst and Mrs. Smith, for your tremendous leadership, and to the Board of Trustees. And I also want to call out Mr. Rombardo too. He's been absolutely wonderful for us to work with through this process as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Board, for inviting me to be with you tonight. And we have a little bit of work to do before we start with the activity for this evening. I wanted to review, for the sake of the viewing public, some of the processes that the board has been through in this search process, and then moving forward into the evaluation process of our new superintendent. And so just a reminder that the board has adopted a governance model that's called balanced governance. This particular model, just as a reminder, is about balance. I can educate the public just a little bit that most traditional board models that train boards will focus on the superintendent being sort of the CEO of the board, and in that respect, the board is relatively disengaged. If you look at the slide that's on the screen right now, most traditional boards are taught that they should stay out of things, they shouldn't micromanage, they should keep their hands off, and basically play a PR role in the community, but not much else. What we found in our research was that we didn't see boards doing that as being very effective, and we saw districts that were having greater success playing a little bit different role than what has been traditional. And that role has been a partnership with the superintendent. That's a board that's informed by the superintendent about what's happening, that the superintendent is keeping the board up to speed on how the progress is being made on goals, and the board is involved in the setting of those goals, and as well as the oversight and monitoring of those goals. And so the board has wanted to follow this model, this governance model, and so in keeping with that, they involved early on a very novel idea, which I don't think has been done in most other places, and that is to make sure that the selection of their company that is going to do their superintendent search be familiar with their governing approach before this process started to find a new superintendent. And that seems to make good sense, good practice. Have a leader come in understanding what the board, how the board governs, and what they would like to see for the district moving forward. And so we partnered just to provide training to the company that did the search here, and appreciated their participation and cooperation with that, and was very interested in that. In addition to that, we want to make sure that, and Steve's company wants to make sure, of course, that the new superintendent is successful. And so in order to do that, we want to be sure that there are strategic goals, that there are targets, performance targets that are clear, that there's an understanding of those performance targets by all of the board, that they approve those, and also by the superintendent, going into a new year so that everybody understands where we're headed, what we want to try to accomplish, and how we're going to get there. So that's part of why we're here tonight. So in addition to sharing some of those preliminary processes, we're going to go through a phase of the evaluation, the superintendent evaluation that has been adopted by the board. So one of the preliminaries was my working with each of the board members, with the interim superintendent, and with Superintendent Ernst coming in prior to his coming into the position, and ensuring that we had a clear understanding of what are the district strategic goals, that they had been established prior, and that we had a good understanding of what was happening in the district in terms of the procedures and protocols and processes, so that, again, there was transparency and clarity for everybody involved to provide for the most smooth transition by Superintendent Ernst into the district. That was our goal. So in keeping with that, one of the important parts of that with the balanced governance approach has to do directly with the superintendent's evaluation. That is, it's a specific way to evaluate a superintendent. And the balanced governance approach to evaluating a superintendent, first of all, is the importance of focusing laser-like by the board on how we're doing, how the district is doing in making progress towards its strategic goals. So we want the entire evaluation to be really focused on those strategic goals, again, and the progress. Now, I'll just rabbit walk a little bit and say that you would find most superintendent evaluations are relatively generic in form. They'll ask a board to rate, how's the leadership of the superintendent? Good, medium, bad. Again, balanced governance approach is, let's look, again, laser-like at the goals that we have set as a district that are important to us, and ask the question, has the superintendent ensured that the district has moved forward adequately on those goals? And so that's what this evaluation is about. It's also focused on growth, that idea that we want the superintendent to improve over time. We know from our research that if you have frequent turnover of the superintendency, that is linked very tightly to districts that don't have very successful performance. And so we want the superintendent to be effective, to be accountable, and we also want them to stay for a while so that we can realize some of the success. You want to speak to that at all, Steve?
I think I have.
You've mentioned it.
I think
earlier.
I have, yes. We know how important that is.
Yeah. So in keeping with that, there's a process that we also want to use with any kind of evaluation, at least in the balanced governance model, and that is to make sure that we have a very clear understanding, that is, we meaning the board of trustees and the superintendent, has a clear understanding of what strategic goals and performance targets are going to be focused on in that coming year. Now, I can tell you that in the existing strategic plan here in Washoe County School District, there are 32, let's flip those numbers, there are 32 performance targets, okay, listed. Well, that's more than anyone could handle. And so the board, we recommend that the board try to focus in on a few critical and strategically important performance targets for a superintendent's first year. Now, in order to ensure that this process was clearly followed and understood, and that the board reviewed it, I met with almost all of the board members individually to review these ideas about balanced governance, to remind them that this is about performance and monitoring performance. All but one of the trustees, Trustee Church, chose not to participate in that training or in the procedures tonight that we're going to be engaging in. But everyone else has reviewed the process that I'm reviewing with you tonight. Part of that process is indicated in this timeline or cycle, and that is that we start first with having a process in place that's clear and detailed on how we go about evaluations. And the board has done that. If you were not aware, the board has adopted an implementation guide, which is quite detailed, and it's available to anyone in the district to review. And it details step by step how the board is going to go about the evaluation of the superintendent. The step that we're on tonight is where the red arrow was pointing on this slide, is to make a decision to narrow those 32 performance targets down to a manageable 6 performance targets. It's my recommendation for this year. Now, part of this discussion, and you'll find this in the document, in the evaluation document that the board has adopted, it talks about what you focus on in an evaluation. And of course, a superintendent will engage in trying to make progress on all of the 32 targets, I'm sure. But we want to make it meaningful, and we want to make it focused so that it's manageable. But those items that you focus on in any given year does have a little bit to do, well, it has a lot to do actually, with where the superintendent is and where the district is. So with a brand new superintendent, those of us who have been in this seat before and have led organizations, school organizations, I can tell you that when you first come in, there's going to be some structural organizational changes that need to take place. You're going to have to move some people around possibly. You're going to have to change some procedures and protocols in your organization, and you're going to want to work on the culture of your organization. It's then, if we see real and sustainable change, we're going to see it come down the road after those organizational shifts have occurred. And when we go about it that way, we see those changes or those improvements have lasting effect. They stay around. They have sticking power. And so what I would recommend, or what the board might recommend for strategic performance goals for a superintendent in their first year on the job, is going to be understandably a little bit different than a superintendent that's been around for a number of years. So one of the goals tonight is we have these 32 targets. They're all important. but which of those targets make sense, are the most strategically viable for this new superintendent, Ernst, to be putting the majority of their attention on for the year. The other thing we want to do with this evaluation process is in making it about growth, what I call growth and consultancy. And the idea there is that we want this superintendent to succeed. We want to hold the superintendent accountable, but we want to hold them accountable in a way that gives them a fighting chance to be successful. And that means that we're going to have a mid-year review. How are things going? Are there mid-year adjustments that need to occur? We're going to ensure that progress on strategic goals that the superintendent is working on for the evaluation is visited to the board at every one of their meetings. The board should not be receiving the how are we doing or how did we do this year at the end of the year. Okay, that's been known in the trade as the autopsy method of evaluation. We wait till the patient is gone and then we find out what happened. And so in this case, we want it to be a formative process, we call it, where the board is getting data all throughout the process. And then we make our evaluations at the end, of course, naturally.
And I would like to jump in with that. Those of our community and our board that have been doing this for a few years and have seen different reviews done for superintendents, including our most recent one, will note that there are steps and parts of this process that are different than the last time we did this. We're always evolving based on community input, trustee input, and also from staff. And that's why you're seeing an evolved process, because it matches that feedback, because we always want to be agile and responsive.
Thank you very much, President Smith. There is a timeline with the evaluation, and that is listed here on this slide. And we just wanted to make sure the board is, of course, aware of this, and it's in their evaluation document for the superintendent, but we wanted to share this in an open meeting so that the public was aware. It's a very involved process. Again, I mentioned you see in number 3, the mid-year performance review. What we're doing tonight, hopefully we take some action in terms of coming to a consensus on the goals that we're going to focus on. There is then in September the beginning of the final evaluation process. And in September, that's an opportunity for Superintendent Ernst to present any additional data or evidence that indicates progress on the strategic goals. It also is an opportunity for him to summarize what has occurred and maybe what has not occurred. Some of the challenges behind if progress, for example, was not made. That's a very realistic possibility, and it normal in any district. But important that the superintendent have a chance to address, so what are we going to do about that if we haven't made adequate progress? That's part of it too. So in September we start that. That information is provided to the board, so they have hopefully all the information that they need and all of the reports over the course of the year that they need to answer the question, how is the superintendent done in moving us forward on these goals? At that point, the board individually will be given a rating form. It's a rubric on each of these strategic goals and performance targets, asking them to rate how has the superintendent done. In addition to that, the board is individually given an opportunity to write commendations or what we call recommendations for growth. That is, how can the superintendent improve moving forward? Those evaluation forms are sent in this case, I'm acting as the third-party consultant to compile, to calculate how the scoring came out from all of the 7 trustees. In addition, I'm gathering all of the recommendations for growth. In the last time that we went through this iteration, just as an example, and this is pretty standard, there were, I believe, 63 recommendations for growth that were presented by this board. Okay, and I would suspect that might be similar this next year. Well, that's too many. You can't ask somebody to do 63 different things to improve, and in some cases, the recommendations of improvement might even differ from each other somewhat. That is, one board member may feel an area needs to be improved, another one may not think so it needs to be improved upon. So we have a process where the board then goes through a rating those. We put those comments, recommendations for growth. We do not indicate which board member made that recommendation. I think that's important so that it's not a matter of personalities. It's the board members look at the suggestions for growth on their merit to be included in the superintendent's final evaluation report. Through that rating process, then we get down to around 6 recommendations for growth, which is a reasonable amount, that are included in the final report, evaluation report. That report is then brought before the board, of course, for discussion and possible action in open public meeting. So that's how the process will play out. The one thing that is different, and I should note this, that the step, and I'm going to back this up just a little bit, this step that we're on tonight, the red arrow is on, this identification of what should be the specific areas of focus for this year's evaluation is typically done earlier in the year. And the board adopted a cycle where we planned to do this in February of this year, 2024, so that, again, there was an early decision in terms of what are we focusing on in the coming year, what kind of data needs to be collected, what kind of targets are we trying to hit. That provides for better planning for the superintendent, better clarity for the board as well, because they know what to put in their agendas. Once they select the items they're focusing on, that partially dictates what they agendize in their meetings. Well, because of the turnover of a superintendent, the change in the superintendent, that was not possible to do that activity in February. And so we had to wait until we had our new superintendent in place. And so that's why we're doing this step now. Okay. So the process that I've already described just a moment ago is just laid out in this slide. I won't go through the process again, but it shows you the dates and the timeline. Suffice to say, we go through the process of coalescing 7 different evaluations, if you will, or rating sheets into one single consensus evaluation for the superintendent, and that occurs starting in September and then culminates in the presentation of the final report at the end of October. Yeah, Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. So is there at some point an alignment between the collective trustees' evaluation of the superintendent and employees and community?
Yeah, it's a great question, and one of the things that is included in the with the performance targets, is an indicator, and this would come from the superintendent, an indicator of the data that's going to be collected in order to inform how the district has done, or how the superintendent has done. That would be the place where that data would come in. So if you are giving, say, community surveys or staff surveys, that data will be given to the school board. They will have that information along with all of the other data that they've been received in order to make their decisions in terms of how the superintendent has done. So, yeah. Okay. So also wanted to show everyone in the public meeting that this is the rating. numbers and the performance indicators. So in this case, for each of these performance targets, the board is asked to select one of these items on a Likert scale. Has the superintendent been highly effective, effective, developing, or ineffective? Those rating scores are averaged together, and there needs to be a final performance designation for each of the categories, each of the performance targets. And so these are the scale. This is the scale that will be used. The board has adopted this scale in 2022, I believe. And just a note that this is the scale in terms of if the rating 3.6 to 4.0, for example, for highly effective is the same rating scale and performance terminology that's used in the evaluation of all personnel, at least the administration and teaching personnel in the Washoe County School District. So the superintendent's being evaluated on the same level, same basis, same criteria, same categories, and rating scales as everyone else in the district. There's an evaluation tool that I mentioned that goes out to each of the individual board members, and I've already described it. Rubric, and then areas for commendation and areas recommending growth. So what we have left to do tonight, and this is where we get to the activity part of this, is, as I mentioned, we have a number of performance targets, and it's too many. And you see on the slide, I will correct the slide. There was, should say 32 targets. So there are 32 performance targets. These targets, the way that they're established, the board, through a very involved process, have developed strategic goals. Those goals were formally approved in a board meeting prior. And the superintendent then has the opportunity to recommend performance targets. That is, how am I going to reach that goal? And so there were a series of performance targets that the previous outgoing superintendent had included. In addition to that, and we did this again together in consultation, Superintendent Ernst in consultation with myself, Mr. Joel also with the board, in indicating any additional performance targets. Once again, wisdom and experience tells us that with a new superintendent coming in, there were going to be some performance activities, some performance targets that a new superintendent would really be interested in, like the development of organizational culture and organizational structural changes that needed to be included or added to the existing performance targets. So your new superintendent actually added performance targets to their list of things to do, okay, which I thought was very commendable of Superintendent Ernst. That leaves us with 32 performance targets. I then, in consultation with that same group, with all of us, we went back to Superintendent Ernst and said, take a look at these 32 targets and tell us what is going to be the best for the Washoe County School District. Which of these targets are best suited if we need to reduce these targets down to 6 for my evaluation, what's going to be the best to move the needle forward for the Washoe County School District, the students of the district, and parents of the district. And so Superintendent Ernst presented, and I'll correct the slide again, 14, not 13, but 14 of those 32 performance targets as the most critical first step targets for his first year as a superintendent here at Washoe. He felt that those would be the most prudent ones to go after first. So our goal tonight is to take all of these targets, the 32 targets, and whittle it down to the 6 manageable targets. And so let me move now to the last part of this. I appreciate everyone's patience with this process. It's a little detailed, I know. But the way that we're going to do this is there is a document that I've put together, which is basically a rating form. And does the board have this document? Yes. So the board's been given this document. And basically the document has a cover sheet which indicates what I've discussed tonight, that there are these 32 targets, that the superintendent has presented 14, and that we have to rate them. We have to try to get this down to 6. And what the board is directed to do, and I'm about to let you loose on your task for tonight. Yeah? Okay, go ahead.
Almost.
Okay.
We're not going to quite get set loose yet.
Okay, okay. So you give me the thumbs up when it's time. So the board is going to be asked to look at each of these 32 performance targets and to individually make a rating. And what they're indicating on this document is that this is a target that they feel is absolutely critical and must be included, and that's given a rating. It's a rating scale, a numerical scale. That's a rating of 4. Must be included is a 4. May be included. It's a good goal. It's an important goal, but maybe not my number 1 most important goal for the district for this year. But it may be that'd be a 3. A 2 would be I'm neutral. One way or the other, I'm kind of neutral on this. And then a 1 is I really don't think this is a goal that should be the focus for the first year of the superintendent. So each board member will individually and independently be able to make their rating. After the board is done with making those ratings, I'll collect those, and then there'll be a brief break in the meeting, and that's to allow us to basically take an average of these ratings of the 7 board members. And what we'll do is we will look for the goals that have been rated at 3.0. That is that they've been rated between may include and must include. So over the may include, but just over the may include. So 3 to 4. Over 3 to 4. We'll see how many of those we have, and then we'll report that back to the board tonight. We'll indicate that in a form that we'll put together very quickly tonight. We're prepared to do that, and we'll see how many we have. If the ratings bring us down to the 6 that we're looking for, great, then we'll effectively be done with that selection. If there are more than 6, then we're going to be doing another round of ratings on those so that we can reduce those down. And there will also be an opportunity, if we go to that second round of whittling down those goals, there'll be an opportunity for individual board members to speak on the final goals that are before them before they make their final ratings, for any kind of clarification or any just general comments they'd like to make before the final ratings are done. Have I left anything out, President Smith?
No, just a couple of things I want to mention, and then we're actually going to do public comment, and I'll explain why. So just as a reminder to all the colleagues and to anybody who's following along, while Superintendent Ernst has made some designations about areas that he is most interested in, we can certainly focus among those, but I do want to make sure that the public knows and the board knows that we do not have to, okay? That's just one layer of insight that Superintendent Ernst has offered to our board and to the public. After public comment, I am going to invite Superintendent Ernst to share some thoughts on what led him to some of these items before we actually move forward with any selections. And so on that note, I believe before we can have any substantive conversation about this, or certainly make any decisions, we have members of the public with us. And I believe it is very important for us to hear from those members of the public about the things that we should be considering and focusing on as we consider what these goals may be. So on that note, I will go ahead and ask JJ to prepare our public comment for this section. And then as she begins to do that, I also want to bring everyone's attentions to the screen. We will be transitioning over to some of our rules and board policies and expectations for public comment. So just as a reminder to everyone so that everybody has these available to them easily. And JJ, who do we have first?
Cliff Nellis.
Welcome, Mr. Nellis.
Well, you can get so complicated that you won't accomplish anything. My opinion, just listening to this, is that if you got 31 goals, let's achieve them all, not just 6. And is it going to take you 5 years? 5 years? Oh my gosh, guys. It's like, I don't know. I think you can make changes very quick if you listen to the public. We have some ideas. I can just throw some right out there. Now, I know you weren't talking about details. These details can be implemented, but the evaluation thing, I think, is a good idea. We should evaluate. But we need to fix our education system. It's pretty much a failure. I mean, when you only have 22% of students at graduation able to do the basic math, and then 45%, just reading and writing. I mean, the kids are dumb. They cannot function in society. I was running around talking to businesses about supporting a homeschool co-op, and they said, just trying to get contributions from them, and they said, oh man, I tell you, we cannot find anyone coming out of the public school system that can even fill out an application or do an interview. Yeah, so I don't know. I've got a big job in your hand, Mr. Ernst. But, I wish you the best of luck, but I advise you to listen to the public, because a lot of us that have ideas, and I can just throw a couple out of there. Number 1, discipline. Anyone caught selling drugs on the campus? Kick them out of school, expel them. You won't have to expel very many before you solve a lot of problems. Because when you get rid of the troublemakers, then everything becomes a lot better and a much better environment for the students to learn, because everything's dumbed down to the level of the disruptors, and it's much easier for the teachers to teach. I mean, have you ever taught a class, any of you guys, where you got 40 students? All it takes is one disruptor, and that messes up everything, And if you have a policy that says, we all know you by the name, but you don't know their names. We all got to keep you in the system so we can say we succeeded in graduating everybody. And, there's just some people you can't. They're disruptors. You got to get rid of them. And so that's the first thing, discipline. And there's just a whole bunch of other suggestions too. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nellis.
Roger Edwards.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon, Roger Edwards for the record. I'm excited to hear the upcoming items on the scorecard, but we hired this guy because he's been in the district forever and ever. He should know what the district needs without any of these scorecards. But also, President Smith, you deviated from your longtime practice of making sure that the speakers identified themselves. I don't know these two guys. I mean, I've seen them both a million times, but I don't know them. So it would help the public if you be sure that they identified themselves before they went on with us having to assume who they are and what their credentials are. But like my buddy Cliff said, there's a bunch of things we want to see done, and I'll be excited to see them show up on the scorecard. I think Superintendent knows what the county needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards.
That's all I have for this item.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Ellsbury. This is a very exciting part of the process. Before we start talking about anything or maybe jump into the evaluation, because most of us have gone through extensive training up till this point, I did want to make sure that I have an opportunity to invite Superintendent Ernst into this conversation because, again, we do have a large body of goals. He did do the work of narrowing down some of the options, and so I wanted to give him the opportunity to be heard on some that rise to the top for him, why he chose some of these. Of course, we'll be making the decision through this rating process, but I want his voice represented prior to us moving to this next step.
Thank you, President Smith. So in looking at the 32 targets, you know, I think one of the things that we want to do as a school district is work to create strong alignment. And with that alignment, we can get to what we're identifying as priorities. And so it's probably important to note that these are all related to our strategic plan, either the actions within each of the goals or also the pillars of which are foundational to us achieving the outcomes of our strategic plan. A couple of points to note is in Target 2 and 3, the commitment to early childhood education. This rises to very important levels, not only in a school district, but our entire community. When we are able to help our students get off to a strong start, provide strong early childhood education, and expand partnerships with our community to provide care before our students start school, those all have long-lasting benefits and outcomes. And so we really look at that as an investment. And so that's in the first area, strong start for every child. If you look down to student voice and advocacy, I think a couple of targets that are worth noting. I think it's been discussed at length. Chronic absenteeism within our school district and throughout the country is something that we very much want to actively address. And one of those things, as we all know and think back to our high school years, is having places of connectivity and having opportunities to engage in extracurricular, co-curricular. And so by expanding in this area, it helps us work to engage our students and give them further purpose to attend, because our educators and our teachers, they'll tell you that when our students are there, we can educate them. And so this is a concerted effort in that area and kind of consistent with our efforts to improve chronic absenteeism. You can also see middle school athletics. It goes along the same line. We have 6th, 7th, and 8th graders in our middle schools, and this is the expansion of 6th grade into our student councils. And, you know, I think it's important that we are continuing to actively understand our students. Times change. And we want to make sure that we know who they are while we will create the standards of which our students need to rise to based on those academic standards. It's important that we also lean in and hear them. And I know that our Board of Trustees is committed to that. We have a student representative on our Board of Trustees who will be joining us soon. And that's an important voice as we're moving forward. In terms of safety and belonging, the facilities modernization plan is a significant effort that we will be moving forward with in our school district. We are looking at how to most effectively engage our community as we look to repurpose schools, as we look to perhaps bring schools together, and as we look to maximize our fiscal responsibilities as far as how we are looking at the various facilities and the way that we're using them. this is always something that will dramatically impact our community. And so it's going to be important that we are doing it in partnership with our community. And this is a long-lasting effort. I know Mr. Searcy here has brought this forward to our Board of Trustees. This is a long-term impact for our entire community. The more thoughtfully we can begin the implementation in this area, I believe the better that we'll be able to move forward in the entirety of our facilities modernization plan. As I continue to move down the list, I think that, of course, we want to continue to create opportunities for our families to be engaged in their education and look at this very much as a partnership in terms of the way we go about educating our students. If you look at academic growth, that's at the heart of our work. And when you see the target 2 in that area, accelerating student growth and proficiency by ensuring a strong curriculum, that's very important. And I am committed to us moving forward with improved academic outcomes for our students. I have been the entirety of my career. It's something that means a great deal to me. And I know that our staff is very committed to that as well. And since that's at the root of our work, I've certainly identified that here as one of the targets. As you continue to look down, professional learning is something that's very important. And not only providing professional learning, but providing responsive, well-timed, coherent professional learning that's meaningful for our educators is important. And so we want to be able to attend to that. Throughout the past few years, there's been a number of challenges around professional learning. And as a superintendent, I'm very much committed to making sure that our educators, our staff have the professional learning that they deserve. And so you can see that that's identified because that helps them do the work that they need to do more successfully. Another outstanding issue that I believe we have in education, moving down the line here, is strengthening our recruitment, retention, and advancement pathways for our employees. Over the past 20 years, when I came into education many years back, it was a highly competitive field. And when jobs were posted, there were many applicants who were going for those positions. Over time, we have seen far less people coming into education. We've made some strides forward on that in terms of being able to help increase pay. But as a former principal, I'll say that the more talented and educated adults that we have in our schools, in front of our students, the more growth that they're going to make. And so it's important for us as a school district to make sure that we are committed. And there's a number of factors and ways in which I believe we can take a continued step forward in this area. But it's really about getting the most highly qualified adults into our system and in front of our students. And then going down just a little bit more, safe and welcoming schools, you can see, we want to continue. And, I think something that we have to be proud of, and I think is worth folks understanding, is over the past few years, we're in the neighborhood of approximately 50% of our students graduating with advanced diplomas. So of those students that are graduating, 50% of them are graduating with advanced diplomas. And I think that is something to be proud of and something to continue to push on, because the more prepared they are when they're leaving high school, the greater potential they have in front of them in regards to any of the pathways they choose forward. So that's why that also is identified. I also believe that we have some terrific community partners that are very willing to lean in and support the efforts of our school district. And I think as we deepen those partnerships and we learn to bring alignment and integration of our efforts, there can be a great deal of value in that. And then finally, I think it's important to be a data-driven system. And, being formerly a chief accountability officer, there's a great deal to data. And it's important as a system when we are making responsive adjustments and designing strategic action going forward, that it's rooted in what the data is telling us. And I think that's really important attribute that is well worth deepening collectively as a system as we're moving forward. So those are some of the areas that I've identified among the 32 targets. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to expand a bit on those. So thank you, President Smith, and of course, willing to answer any questions as well.
All right. Seeing one light on. Go ahead. Clerk Rodriguez.
It actually doesn't have much to do with this. I can't let this be unsaid and not have something to state. I disagree with the statement that our students are dumb that was previously mentioned. It's a harmful generalization that doesn't reflect the diversity that our students have, their talents, their potential. All our students have their own strengths and challenges, and it's our job as adults, it's our responsibility to provide them the support and resources they need to succeed. And that's what we're doing right now. I mean, Superintendent just said it, 50% of our students are graduating with advanced diplomas, and they're going on to do amazing things. So instead of knocking down our students, let's continue to encourage a loving environment where they want to learn.
I commend you for that, Clerk Rodriguez. Thank you so much. Trustee Church.
Sure, just number one, clarification. So you want us to narrow down our must include to 6. Is that correct, or can we do 7 or 8 or 9?
Yeah, you could list more than 6 under the must include, but just I would say, be aware that we're trying to narrow, so pick the ones that you feel are the most important to be included as focus for this evaluation.
Thank you. I would also like to mention that this was part of the hours of training that we all had beforehand that you refused to participate in.
I don't need a snippy comment, Madam President. You don't know where I was. You don't know what I was doing. I don't appreciate that, and it's uncalled for. I have attended previous meetings. I've been doing this for 3.5 years. So I don't need to go to one more meeting on how to do this. I'm on my 3rd superintendent, so I'm not going to put up with that. I want to make that extremely clear. I have another question or comment.
And you also did not participate in the training that took place weeks earlier because you did not want to, which could have been scheduled at any point. Your point is well taken, and nonetheless, the public should know that you declined all of the previous training prior to this moment.
I'm not going to get into a pissing match with you. I've attended so many of this training from Mr. Ellsbury. I didn't need to attend one more. I know what I'm doing. I know what's on here. And the fact that I asked one little question about whether we can do 6 or 9 does not, it just reflects on you so poorly. It is just so uncalled for. I'm tired of being snipped at. I'm not going to put up with it. And I'm going to ask my questions. Now, may I make some comments?
I'm not fighting with you, Trustee Church. This is not the WWE. This is the WCSD. And the only fighting I will do at this dais is for kids. Feel free to ask your next question.
I'll let the public decide that after watching this fiasco. My concern, and that's one reason I didn't attend, is because I think we're missing the mark. And again, I've been through 3 superintendents. I believe that we need to concentrate on achievable, documentable things, which is not in here. Essentially, ACT scores are going to be out any day. We're going to know how we're doing. I think we're going to be down. Aside from the one comment, the 2 speakers were right on. This doesn't require 32 or even 6. Mr. Ernst had my support, and he still does. He's been doing this for years at the school district. This was his job prior to being the superintendent, so he knows what needs to be done. I would like to see, as I've said previously in other evaluations, something more specific, which is not on here. I want to see Give me a 1% improvement in ACT scores. Give me a 1% improvement in NASB scores. Give me 5 out of all our one-star failing schools. Give me a 1 improvement over that. I want to see documentable. I don't want to see stuff like this. I actually think some of this is micromanaging. When we get down into the weeds about whether he does an early intervention program or an early school program, that's not our job. That's his job. So I think it's micromanaging to do it the way that we're doing it. I will state plainly that I think until we deal with restorative justice as a failure and credit recovery as a failure, where students literally can attend 1 day of school and graduate, chronic absenteeism is never going to be achieved. We're at 31%. And again, the new ones are going to come out any day. 31% chronic absenteeism because the kids know they don't have to attend. So that's my statement. That's my concerns. I'll fill out the form just as I've done previously with the other superintendents. But I just think we're missing the mark. And this is going to get filled out. We're going to spend all this time. It's never going to see the light of day until the next evaluation, when he'll be given a glowing evaluation, and then we're going to move on to real issues.
I'm not sure there was a question there. But what I will say is that, because I wasn't intimately involved in the development of the strategic goals, this was a process, I believe, that was quite involved. It was vetted, discussed, and the board approved these goals and these targets. I would also say, and I think this is a fair statement, that I think there is some, there would probably be some agreement, I don't want to speak for the trustees, that there might be some of these performance targets that they might not opt to have in here. I think it's probably a fair statement to say there's some of these performance targets that Superintendent Ernst would say, I don't think they should be in there. And maybe for some of the reasons that you stated, Trustee Church, that they're not directly measuring performance improvement. But for the sake of this being fair, a fair process, I think it would not have been appropriate to just summarily remove those performance targets that the board had approved, had seen, and had vetted prior. And so the option was we're going to include all the performance targets that were included by the previous superintendent that the board approved. We're also going to allow the incoming superintendent to add additional targets if they felt that there were some things missing, which Superintendent Ernst did. He added additional targets, and many of those included some of the items that you mentioned, like with student performance and the like. So,
if I might ask a question then along those lines, consistent with our strategic plan that we voted for, would it be wrong in an evaluation to have something specific, whether it be a 1% in ACT, a 1% in NSBAC, reduce chronic absenteeism by 5%? I mean, something very achievable. Would that be appropriate?
Well, what I would say is that there was opportunity for those performance targets to be put in place. That's a board decision to make. The board can have that discussion and put those targets in place. I have my own opinions, and it's not just my personal opinion, but it's based on research that has been done in this field. And my advice is that a school district should try to make improvement in a particular area that they've identified, as much improvement as possible. But most districts who have insisted upon placing particular numbers have found that often that those numbers are not particularly helpful. We recently saw this most dramatic with the whole COVID coming in. We see changes in migration, out migration, economic shifts in communities, things that come up that really impact whether those numbers go up or go down. And targets for student improvement oftentimes are specific to particular groups of students, even in particular schools. And so I generally advise boards to not include specific numbers, because not only does it put unfair expectations that can never be achieved, like the recent process we went through nationally where we said 100% of students are going to achieve, that was probably an unrealistic thing. Then on the other hand, it also diminishes your ability. You can say, well, we made our 1%, so we can stop now. And so I say do as good as you can, push as hard as you can. And I think the language in these, for the public that's not seeing them, we have language in here that indicates that there will be improvements in student performance in a variety of areas, academic areas.
On that note, the public does actually have these. These are part of the publicly posted materials. Right. So whatever we have in front of us is actually available to anyone with this. And so we'll go to Trustee Westlake, followed by Trustee Nicolette, and then Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, President Smith. I think it needs to be said that there is a level of frustration. I don't think anyone in this room is going to disagree that we need to see improvement on what we have in place to basically rate students where they're at. I mean, we know that. So we all want to see improvement, but how do we get there? It's not just going to happen. It's not going to be all of a sudden our students we're going to be graduating at 90%. Our students' test scores are going to improve 1%, 2%, 3%. How do we get there? There are things in this list that have been proven to work to attain improvement. And I'm not saying these things to try and get people to rate some of the things I'm going to say as a 4. But it has to be said. If children are absent, they're not learning. Test scores will not improve. How do we get children to want to go to school? By giving things to them that they're passionate about, clubs, sports, and then they'll be going to classes. They won't be absent. Also, we need to make sure that our children feel safe, wanted, and valued. And that goes along with cutting down on the violence, which is in here. If children feel safe and wanted and encouraged, they're going to go to school. They're not going to be absent. They're going to learn. The test scores are going to go up. One of the most important things is we can't do this alone. We need families. There's quite a number of things on here to get family involvement. So we can't just say we want a 1%, 2%, give us a 3%. How do we get that? You have to have a plan. You have to have things in place to achieve that. And they're on here. Does it mean it's going to happen just because we're like, oh yeah, let's do this? No, we're going to have to work really hard. But we also need to have positive support. Excuse me? We also need to have positive support in these areas. Bring ideas to us on, hey, you want to get family support? Maybe try this. Or have you thought about, expanding these clubs in middle schools, or going into grade schools and talking to them about the extracurricular things they can have in middle school. Start getting them excited. Let's have some positive inputs. But let's also realize we need a plan. Test scores don't just improve because we say we want an improvement. There has to be things in place to get that improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that this will close it so that we can move on. I would like to say, and I'm addressing my colleagues and our superintendent and, of course, the community, but I'm really, really looking at us. Just today, a public commenter said something that I totally agree with, and it was very eloquent, and I'm going to read it, and I quote, I think the superintendent knows what the district needs, and I agree. The superintendent knows. This process in this document and subsequent information is a conduit for our sound decision-making. And as we move forward, I do want you to know, Superintendent Ernst and my colleagues and our professionals, I trust this process because I agree with the public commenter. You know what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one question. So when we fill this out, do we pass it to JJ or do we give it to the president?
Yeah, well, you'll want to pass it to JJ and then she'll give it to me. We'll run the calculations during a short break right here at the table. Those documents, and you'll want to put your name on the document as well as the ratings. Once those calculations are done, of course, we'll let you know what those are and move to a second round of rating if we need to. But then those documents, of course, are part of the public record. They'll stay here with the school district for anyone who wants to look at them.
Fantastic. So we will stay in active session while we complete these. And then as we complete them one by one, as we finish them, we'll turn them into JJ. Following the last completion, I will take a recess from 5 to 10 minutes while we do the tabulation, and then we'll come back. But the recess does not start now. We will stay in active session while we complete. All right, everyone. So JJ has shared that we do have all the rating sheets. So it's now 3:49 p.m. So let's go ahead and reconvene at 4 p.m. We're in recess. All right, are we just about ready to get going? Okay. All right, it is 4:17 p.m. and I'm going to call back to order this July 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We are still in agenda item 3.01, setting the annual goals for our superintendent of schools. And what we just completed was an individual selection of the first round of those targets. What the community will hear now is JJ and Dr. Alsbury will be reading the targets selected by each trustee that were rated a 4, and we will also be going over the overall averages for each of the goals, and then from there we will continue on with our discussion. I will turn this over now to JJ or Dr. Alsbury.
So I'll be reading each trustee's rating of 4 on the items. Trustee Nicolette, strong start for every child. Target 2, 4. Target 3, 4. Student voice and advocacy. Target 1, 4. Target 2, 4. Target 3, 4. Safety and belonging. Target 2, 4. Target 3, 4, target 7, 4, and target 9, 4. Achievement and academic growth, target 2, 4, target 5, 4, target 7, 4, target 8, 4, target 9, 4. Safe and welcoming schools, target 1, 4, target 3, 4. Trustee Mayberry, strong start for every child. Target 2, 4. Target 3, 4. Student voice and advocacy. Target 1, 4. Safety and belonging. Target 1, 4. Target 7, 4. Target 9, 4. Academic growth and achievement. Target 3, 4. Target 8, 4. Safe and welcoming schools, target 1, 4, target 4, 4. President Smith, strong start for every child, target 2, 4. Student voice and advocacy, target 1, 4. Safety and belonging, target 2, 4. Target 7, 4. Target 9, 4. Academic growth and achievement, target 3, 4. Target 8, 4. Safe and welcoming schools, target 1, 4. Trustee Rodriguez, strong start for every child, target 2, 4. Target 5, 4. Student voice and advocacy, target 1, 4. Safety and belonging, target 7, 4. Target 9, 4. Academic growth and achievement, target 8, 4. Safe and welcoming schools, target 1, 4. Trustee Church, strong start for every child, no targets ranked as 4. Student voice and advocacy, no targets ranked as 4. Safety and belonging, target 7, 4. Target 9, 4. Academic growth and achievement, target 1, 4. Target 4, 4. Safe and welcoming schools, target 3, 4. Target 5, 4. Trustee Woodley, strong start for every child, target 2, 4. Student voice and advocacy, no targets ranked 4. Safety and belonging, target 2, 4. Target 7, 4. Target 9, 4. Academic growth and achievement, target 8, 4. Safe and welcoming schools, target 5, 4. Trustee Westlake, Strong Start for Every Child, no targets ranked as 4. Student Voice and Advocacy, Target 1, 4, Target 2, 4. Safety and Belonging, Target 7, 4, Target 9, 4. Academic Growth and Achievement, Target 3, 4. Safe and Welcoming Schools, Target 1, 4, Target 3, 4.
All right, so as you can see, if you scan through those ratings, there were 8 performance targets of focus. I think it's important and fair to remind everyone that because there are targets of focus does not mean that the superintendent will not be working on the other of the 32 targets. Superintendent will be working on all of the 32 targets, but in order to focus specifically his evaluation on some key topics of growth that the board is sending a message, these are the ones that we want you to be sure to make the most achievement on or put the most resources into, et cetera. This is why we narrow it down so it's manageable and reasonable. The averages went like this, and you can see this on this new sheet that JJ just passed out, the shorter sheet here. Please take a look at that. That just has included or not included. We have 8 selected. Remember, our target is to get to 6. You can, again, pick however you would like, but one thing that you might look at are the averages. So if we look at the first one there, Strong Start for Every Child, that had an average of 3.57 out of a 4, possible 4. So I've jotted these down on my sheet. So Strong Start for Every Child, Target 2, had an average of 3.57. The Student Voice and Advocacy, Target 1, had an overall average of 3.71. And you can see that on your sheet, if you're looking at your big sheet. Under Safety and Belonging, Target 2 had an, yes?
Can you go back to that? Because I think some, at least on my photocopy, there's some cutoff. So I only see 3.7 on Student Voice and Advocacy Target 1. So that's really 3.71.
It's 3.71,
okay.
Yes. Student Voice and Advocacy Target 1 is 3.71. Safety and Belonging Target 2, the overall average 3.14. Target 7 under Safety and Belonging 4.0. Target 9 under Safety and Belonging 4.0. Under Academic Growth and Achievement, Target 8 had an average of 3.71. Safe and Welcoming Schools, Target 1 had an average of 3.57. And Target 3 had an average of 3.42. And so these are the 8 that you have to choose from. The next step of the process is we're going to try to whittle it down to 6. And you could, the board is open to do this in whatever way they want. I'm going to open it up for anyone who wants to speak to any of these in particular. Certainly, it might make some sense to look at the overall ratings, the targets that receive 4.0. Every one of you gave it a 4. I'm assuming that those you want to include those because you have full agreement on those. You could look at the averages and go with the top 6 averages. That's an option too, but we didn't want to restrict you. So we wanted to leave the process as open as we could for this last step. So with that, I'll ask President Smith to open the floor for any remarks that you would like to make or any clarifications you need.
Just a couple clarifications so that we can all keep track, and then also for the public who's following along, because you don't have all these sheets right in front of you. All trustees, all 7 trustees unanimously marked as a 4, safety and belonging target 7 and safety and belonging target 9. And all trustees, 5 of the 7 trustees marked as a 4, but they had the same 3.71 average, student voice target 1, and academic growth and achievement target 8. So of all of these, those 4, based on a first round, seem to have a very clear, consistent consensus around those 4.
That's right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that everyone that was following had that, and then even us too, as we're reviewing these numbers and we're going through to a second round. Are there any questions on those? I saw your light on, Trustee Woodley. Did you?
I just had a comment. Mathematically, this is pretty simple for me because I saw the 2 lowest, so I immediately just canceled those out. Not to mention the fact that the 2 lowest also had other targets within the same category, so I don't feel like any category is being missed. So, thank you.
And just a question for perhaps the board president or the board fellow members. Do we have to do 6 as opposed to 7 or 8 or 5?
Yeah, my recommendation with a incoming new superintendent is 6 is a reasonable number to focus on. Again, though, remembering that the superintendent has this information, I'm sure he's going to take this into account when he's focusing his efforts for this year. Obviously, you also have a strong interest in 2 additional items that he's probably going to be paying attention to. I'll let Superintendent Ernst speak to that if he wants to. But we think in terms of the formal evaluation itself, 6 is a fair number, is my recommendation.
All right, so in this round, we are choosing on this form ideally 6 or no more than 6. Again, this is based on recommendation, but we all can take individual actions. But 6 on the new sheet, and then the outside of those 6 would be not included. And then we will take a very brief recess, or maybe we'll tabulate those very quickly. So we'll just take a brief break, but we'll go ahead and make those markings now. We will stay in live session while we do this next round.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long to tally those.
All right, everyone, so we finished the second round of tabulations. It is 4:33 p.m. I will call another recess while we do the calculations. right, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started again here. It is 4:43 p.m. and it is Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024, and this is the regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We are still in item 3.01, the selection of the annual goals for our superintendent. And I will now turn this over to JJ and Dr. Alsbury, who will read the trustees' ratings on the included column for this current rating sheet, and then we may move forward with a decision or decisions after that.
Trustee Westlake, strong start for every child, include target 2. Student voice and advocacy, include target 1. Safety and belonging, include target 7, include target 9. Academic growth and achievement, include none. Safe and welcoming schools, include target 1, include target 3. Trustee Woodley, strong start for every child, include target 2. Student voice and advocacy, include target 1. Safety and belonging, include target 7, include target 9. Academic growth and achievement, include target 8. Safe and welcoming schools, include target 1. Trustee Church, strong start for every child, nothing to be included. Student voice and advocacy, include target 1. Safety and belonging, include target 2, include target 7, include target 9. Academic growth and achievement, include target 8. Safe and welcoming schools, include target 3. Trustee Rodriguez, strong start for every child, include target 2. Student voice and advocacy, include target 1. Safety and belonging, include target 7, include target 9. Academic growth and achievement, include target 8. Safe and welcoming schools, include target 1. President Smith, strong start for every child, include target 2. Student voice and advocacy, include target 1. Safety and belonging, include target 7, include target 9. Academic growth and achievement, include target 8. Safe and welcoming schools, include target 1. Trustee Mayberry, strong start for every child, include target 2. Student voice and advocacy, nothing to include. Safety and belonging, include target 2, include target 7, include target 9. Academic growth and achievement, include target 8. Safe and welcoming schools, include target 1. Trustee Nicolette, strong start for every child, include target 2. Student voice and advocacy, include target 1. Safety and belonging, include target 2, include target 7, include target 9. Academic growth and achievement, nothing to include. Safe and welcoming schools, include target 1.
All right, so Dr. Alsbury, if I'm not mistaken here, 6 kind of rise to the top, which are the ratings that we see in the right-hand column. Is that correct? We've got 2 6s, 2 7s, a 5, and a 6.
Yeah, that's right, and they match the average rating that you did in your first round, so it's the top 6 items of the 8 were the ones you selected. Apologize for any confusion with the process, but I'm looking at really exclusively the included column because that tells me which ones you selected. And so as I look at that, in target 2, 6 of you said that should be included, 6 of the 7. In student voice and advocacy, target 1, 6 out of the 7 of you said that should be included. Under safety and belonging, target 7, it was all of you said that should be included. Target 9, all of you said that should be included. Target and under academic growth and achievement, target 8, 5 of the 7 trustees said that should be included. And then safe and welcoming schools, target 1, 6 of the 7 trustees said that should be included. The 2 remaining ones, safety and belonging, target 2, 3 of the 7 trustees said that should be included, and Safe and Welcoming Schools target 3, 2 of the 7 trustees said that should be included. So it seems like there is a clear set of 6 items.
So if our colleagues agree with the 6, using that multi-step process, we could certainly have a discussion, or I would entertain a motion to adopt the 6 that we've brought through to this point in the process.
Just a quick comment. Well, I'd like to see more specifics. Like I mentioned, I still think it's putting a % on things is not a bad thing, and it's commonly done. But with that said, I can support that.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to approve the 6 items that we've identified here, the top scoring items.
Second.
I see no lights on. Chief Legal Counsel Lombardo, do we need to read which of those targets they are, or do you think that the record clearly shows clear enough?
Well, honestly, I missed the last little bit of conversation, but I understand the process, and I think the record's probably clear enough given the documents and everything else. I don't think there's any confusion.
Very good. Well, then we have a motion to adopt these 6 targets by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. Seeing no lights on for discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. This was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Joel, Dr. Ellsbury. We appreciate you so much. So glad both of you made it here with your plane travel, and you brought us through a fantastic process. So thank you. Excited for what we have in the future ahead. Superintendent Ernst.
Dr. Ellsbury, Dr. Joel, I'd just like to say thank you as well. Appreciate all of your work in this area to set meaningful goals, help support us in our work together going forward, and just appreciate all the work that you've put in. So wanted to offer my very sincere thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, team. Well, that closes item 3.01 and brings us now to item 3.02, presentation, discussion, and possible action by the Board of Trustees to provide direction to the superintendent on a possible proposal such as improving access to qualified personnel, restoring lost educational time, creating time efficiencies for instructors and administrators, or access to early childhood education for the Washoe County School District's bill draft request as allowed by Nevada Revised Statute 218D.205 for the 2025 Nevada legislative session. This is an item for possible action. And in front of us, we have both from Pinion Public Affairs, Dylan Shaver and Tess Opferman. Welcome.
Thank you so much, President Smith, members of the board. I will say for Tess's benefit that I've got a lot of new ideas for how Pinion will be conducting employee evaluations going forward. And, but I suppose I'm not here to talk about that. Today I am here to talk about your duty, or really role, as trustees to stand by. There we are. To submit optionally one bill draft request for the 2025 session of the Nevada Legislature. Folks are not required to submit bill drafts, but pursuant to the law the President just read out, we have the opportunity to submit one if you so choose. That submission must be filed by the 1st of September of this year. So we are here today to get a little preliminary direction from you that we would then return to you sometime in August for your final vote and approval. You do have the option not to submit a bill draft request if you so choose. We have sort of seen many of your fellow school districts often do that. Many of the municipalities do that. But as you will see through the course of the presentation today, there are a handful of needs that we've heard from you and from your leadership team that might be valuable. Just a quick rundown. We're going to talk a little bit today about routes to improve access to qualified educational personnel. Perhaps restoring some lost educational time could be a theme of your bill draft. Both of these things are in your platform as it stands, and we would intend to bring back. Re-examining current and lapsed sort of strategies. It feels like every legislative session and then every interim there are new regulations and new ideas that we have to ensconce into law or take out of law or put into or take out of regulation, and there is often kind of a lack of cohesion over time on those things. We'll get into that a little bit. And then there's just some other major topics that you might be interested in, and we'll talk to sort of the pros and cons of taking big swings like that. So first and foremost, improving access to qualified personnel. We shared copies of these slides with your bargaining units so that nobody would be blindsided by this or think that anybody was being disparaged by its presentation. But the reality is the last legislature, we were very successful in getting new resources to changing the pay schedule for qualified instructors. But I spent 50 cents on a degree from UNR, and I slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night. That pay today is not going to immediately increase sort of the applicant pool, right? We have to look at the entire pipeline and see where there's other areas that can bring people in. There are still shortages in classrooms as we sit here talking about this right now that the pay will help with, and it will help keep people. But there are likely other routes that we can go. We've been in conversations about staff. There's a lot of kind of 30,000-foot ideas around, you know, how can we ensure that there's great personnel that are still qualified, that don't have to maybe jump through as many hoops, or maybe we can sort of speed up their ability to walk into a classroom and be ready to teach on day one. A lot of interest in that. It solves and it sort of, a law like this would be targeted at solving a specific and acute problem that we are experiencing right now. So it has kind of political appeal, it has solvability, which you're always looking for. You want kind of a problem you can solve with a bill, right? So we call that solvability. And it also has an area where the expertise of the Washoe County School District could be put to bear. You have a lot of institutional knowledge around these topics, and I think you as a board have been very interested in it. So that would be sort of bucket A that we propose to highlight for you. Another potential topic to consider is, boy, there are a lot of state-mandated observations, assessments, reports that have to be filed by people at all levels of the district, that ultimately, whether you are a student studying and sitting for a test, whether you're an instructor who is engaged in a certain type of observation or a certain type of reporting, or an administrator who is putting together, you know, several reams of reports that go to the State Department of Education and just sort of end up on a shelf somewhere, that is time that could be better spent focused on the core missions, frankly, better spent on the things that you were just deciding whether or not to evaluate your superintendent on. And so we get a lot of frustration, I would say, when we were talking to personnel about things that would fall into this category as problems to be solved. So if you sort of choose this topic for your bill draft, what we do, we go back, we sort of make a list of the most pressing issues, and we present them back to you as like the recommendations for sort of the things would have the most impact as well as the most likelihood to pass if you go down this road. Re-examining current and lapsed strategies. We sort of highlighted this at the front end as well as in the last legislative session. There are a lot I would say it's kind of a mishmash of policies between state and district levels, between the legislature's education sort of role and the work they're doing, and NDE and the regulations they're promulgating, as well as NRS itself. There is a need to sort of align these strategies all along sort of a central theme, make sure they're still working, make sure they're all rowing in the same direction. This is very similar to where your previous bill draft request ended up, sort of reviewing all, at the time the goal was to review all of NRS and NAC for cohesion in the 21st century educational environment. It was not very well received by the legislature in 2023. Doesn't mean it was a bad idea, but it remains a recurrent theme in the feedback we are getting from your leadership team as we look at the legislature and align these things.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification. I absolutely agree with us having some focus on this. When you use the term lapsed, does that mean we just don't do it anymore? Or we do it and nobody else cares? Or what does lapsed mean?
So there are strategies, I apologize, Dylan Shaver for the record. There are strategies that NDE has embraced in the past that sort of have, I don't even know that they remain on the books. Maybe they were good ideas at the time and they were abandoned for some sort of implementation reason or policy reason or, frankly, political reason. And so those sort of get set aside. There are indeed reports that are sort of on the books that school districts have to file and things like that that have been preempted by other laws, and so it's really a section over in this report that we filed, but those original laws still in there, so it's a little bit of both of what you mentioned, I'd say. Absent some deep dive research on this particular topic, I can't sit here with sort of a graphic showing what all of these are, and my recommendation previously, and really what we got out of the last legislature, was that this would be an excellent place for NAS to engage, and sort of goes along the lines of, I think at my last presentation here, Trustee Woodley asking about sort of the other school districts and their bill drafts, right? Esmeralda County, I don't think is going to submit a bill this year, just for example. But over time, this sort of thing would take a lot of effort, but over time, NAS and the various districts could commit a little bit of resources from each one and make a lot more, cover a lot more ground, I think, on a bill like this than we did in 2023. That said, this issue does come up a lot when we talk to your staff, and I want to make sure we included it today to respect that. There are, of course, other major topics, things that come up between you and your constituents every day, things we see in the newspaper every day. They are very tantalizing. They are very exciting. And the question that I ask myself when reviewing those sorts of things, I ask, will the Washoe County School District introducing a bill on this topic be the thing that gets this done? So just for example, a lot of the feedback that we are hearing from the world is there's an open question about Senate Bill 231 and the funds that it provided that you received to provide teacher pay enhancements, just for example. That was one Senate bill in one session. There is a need for that funding to continue. Our contracts rely on it. And frankly, a lot of the promises we've made coming out of the last session rely on that funding. WCSD supporting, like introducing the bill to do that is not going to be the thing that gets that done, if I'm being clear, right? Everybody in the pipeline knows that's an issue. It's a priority on a lot of different political levels. Our introducing that bill, your introducing that bill, I apologize, is not going to be the thing that makes the difference. But it is very splashy. It's very showy. There are any number of things. We talk about expanding access to pre-K here as an example. That would perhaps be more monumental than any other bill I would stand here and present to you. And if it is your interest to sort of plant that flag in the ground, then by all means do so. But we have to assess both, you know, is this going to be the thing that makes the difference for us? And also, is it really achievable, right? We can show up. We can be the group that shows up with a bill draft that it makes a very good point. But I try and call that sort of press release via legislation. We have a platform where we can sort of put things like that to demonstrate those values without sort of sacrificing the practicality of the bill in front of us. Again, as a professional in this space, that is my recommendation. It is still a choice you can make. If you say, no, opinion, we want some research around the pre-K thing, we'll come back with that bill jacket for you. But right now, from our perspective, the best use of your resources is to focus on something where the unique expertise and experience of this school district will be of benefit to both the problem we are trying to solve as well as to the legislators we're talking to. So today we have presented to you a handful of topic areas that sort of rose to the top as we were talking to the superintendent and his team. We are looking for direction to bring back one, if you feel really ambitious, two of those topic areas, bring back recommendations for bill drafts to your next meeting where you will choose from what you've got. Our work in the meantime would be then to sort of research and compile those packages together with the greatest degree of fidelity possible based on your wishes. Just as a reminder, the deadline to submit that bill draft request to the Legislative Council Bureau is the 1st of September 2024. That's just about 5 weeks away. But there's opportunities that I won't get into after that deadline passed as well.
I'm going to invite Superintendent Ernst to be the first one to chime in here, but I do also want to clarify for everyone that if we do choose one of these categories, staff may come back with a couple different options within that group. You know, it depends on what can be accomplished, and then we'll still make those decisions as we go unless they have clear consensus, and they'll also do this based on our feedback in today's meeting. And for those that are wondering about our legislative platform, that'll come after this. This has a different deadline associated to it, but the conversations we've already had publicly and the conversation we will have today will all be built into the draft of that will again come back, be iterated on by this group, and then ultimately adopted. And so that's the order of how we'll be doing that. And I will defer to Superintendent Ernst.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Tess. Appreciate the information that you've shared with us today. You know, I think when we look at our efforts to improve learning outcomes for students, we recognize that our teachers and our principals are the cornerstones of that improvement. Further, we recognize the importance of the entirety of our staff. And I've said it a bit earlier in regards to when we have talented, well-qualified staff in front of our students, we can make the progress that we desire. I also think about the process that just occurred relative to my evaluation, one of the targets here. And, you know, I think it makes a lot of sense. And the other thing that you've pointed out, Dylan, is tapping into expertise school district can provide. And right now, when we look at expanding access to qualified personnel, it is important to note that this expansion goes to school nurses. It goes to counselors, to social workers. And there are a number of areas right now that I think we have opportunity as a state to work together to remove perhaps some unnecessary barriers and be able to attract. So we've worked on raising the overall pay for our staff, and that's a great step in the right direction. It's a competitive market. We've talked about the people coming into education not being as robust as in previous years. And to attract talent in this area, we've got to really look at reciprocal licensure from state to state, and we've got to be thinking about that. We've got to be thinking about the ability to process applications in quick and meaningful ways so that we're not providing unnecessary delays and not having a counselor, say, start on the first day of school, but end up starting a month into the school year because of various areas that could be refined and improved. I guess that's a long way of saying I really, myself, am supportive of improving access to qualified personnel. We talked about Dylan, I can't remember the term that you used, but the probability of making an impact in going forward. And this not only benefits Washoe County School District, it benefits the entire state. And as we're able to attract highly qualified personnel, that's a significant factor in the work that we have to going forward. So as I look at the choices and how they are tangible, this is one area that I believe we have opportunity to lean in, tap in to the expertise we have here in Washoe County School District, and hopefully make a difference on this with this bill draft resolution.
Before Trustee Church goes, just a couple thoughts. I very much am interested in what Superintendent Ernst feels on this. I will say in general, last time we did something more esoteric. For me personally, I would be very interested in us choosing a BDR that can actually be implemented clearly and affect education across the entire state so that other districts go, heck yeah, we want that, because we're going to need support. Remember, we don't have somebody championing this for us. So I would love that. And I will also throw out to any of the other counties that are not doing a BDR that maybe if we have multiple good ideas, they could change their mind. But I will defer to Trustee Church next.
Perfect timing, perfect. I hit my light quickly because I wanted to piggyback, and I agree exactly with what you said. So let me set the stage here a little bit. I taught recruiting nationwide. I was basically recruited to come to Reno PD from San Diego, where I was a cop. Why? Not just the money, but because of various aspects of quality of life and et cetera up here. So how do we recruit? As I've taught in my class, and I'm retired, so I'm not plugging that hire me. This is free, and by the way, your comedy is free too, so I appreciate that.
You do get what you pay for.
How much was that Holiday Inn Express? So if we do some kind of a BDR that says we want money so Washoe County can recruit, it's probably DOA. Picture, if you will, a BDR that's very specific, like the board president mentioned, that says the state of Nevada will establish a government employee recruiting section, task force, not a committee, but actual recruiters. The state of Nevada will establish, because I've been to dozens and dozens in my teaching of recruiting, where a picture of this job fair, and you've got Carson City has one booth, and then Reno has a booth, and then Washoe County has a booth, and the school district has a booth, and poor Esmeralda that we just bad-mouthed doesn't get a booth because they can't afford it. And being from Hawthorne, Nevada before, we couldn't afford it. So picture, if you will, a BDR that respects everybody. They recruit, once you get that warm body up to the table or in the ads, responding to the ads, then you refer them or sell them to the particular school district or whatever. It could even be it could be anything, any government job, but basically you're selling come to Nevada. And then once we get you at that table, or once we get that message from you, we try to plug you in and give you all the links to all the diversity of this whole state that matches that person. So I just exactly what I think I heard there, but something specific. And I know I've gone on a bit, but then a question, if I might. If you just set up a committee doesn't do anything, right? There's no way to implement the committee's recommendation until the next legislature. Is that correct? So we don't want to do that. Am I right?
In terms of legislation that establishes a committee to do X, it really depends on what X is. You know, we do see a lot of very impactful boards and commissions that are given a very long leash. If their role is to just propose legislation or to sort of go back and bring back ideas to the legislature, then yeah, it's really going to be a delay that will have very little impact on the problems you're trying to solve here.
So what we could do is, really what staff is asking us is to choose one of these categories. It could, be restoring lost educational time. That's what the motion would be. And then staff would come back based on the discussion we're having and the opportunities they see, and then bring that back to us. So just so that everybody's clear, we don't have to get super specific, but all of these ideas are very important right now, and then they'll come back. So we're just going to narrow it down to a category. Vice President Mayberry, Clerk Rodriguez, and then Trustee Woodley, and then we'll probably go to public comment.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for allowing the superintendent to give his input, because that's extremely valuable, and it certainly aligns with mine. I guess, too, I would just say as a caveat, I mean, there's, as you know, there's always a second bite of the apple. So there are issues that we may have a particular committee or legislator carry for us as well. So we don't necessarily need a BDR per se. BDR sort of sends this message that we have a capstone item. I agree wholeheartedly that it should be attainable, and also agree that if it benefits the entire state, then we're going to get support from our partners across the state, and that's absolutely vital. And as I've reviewed this and have talked internally and externally, my eyes do go to improving access to qualified personnel as well, removing barriers to our, we have nearly more than half of, I understand, of our vacancies are in the special ed side, and it's difficult for general ed teachers to transition to special ed. Why are we making that difficult? There are some issues with the praxis exam, if I'm saying that correctly. Just talking internally, I know the State Department of Education has some bureaucratic red tape that makes it difficult for us to be successful in terms of our personnel. So staying at a very high level, I don't know what this looks like, but that's where my eyes go toward, and I would think that we would be very successful if we have a clear mission and a very succinct BDR that addresses some of those finer points.
I kind of just want to echo what Vice Mayor Mayberry is saying, especially getting access to qualified individuals. And I know, obviously with November coming, we'll see, but with legislators. But I know one of Governor Lombardo's biggest things was strategic plan, and one of the biggest pillars was education, and he even mentions recruiting. And obviously we have a really bad shortage of teachers in Nevada, and some of that has to go to our cost of living, and access to homes and stuff like that. So which one would you guys suggest would be the best approach to that? Because I'm also trying to, my question, do we have to pick one of these, or what?
Thank you for the question. For the record, Dylan Shaver, Opinion Public Affairs. Yes, the direction we're looking for today is for you to sort of hone in on a category. And to me, a strength and weakness of the relationship between Pinion and WCSD is that we are generalists, right? but where we excel is finding the expertise that exists within any of our clients, whether it's WCSD or another organization, and putting that to the best use using what we know about the process. So any recommendation I make is going to be areas where we can make that succeed, and in that regard, this is listed in order. Okay. Improving access to qualified personnel, this is an area where you have a great team with a lot of energy behind it. And what we want to do, and this isn't necessarily germane to this topic, but I have to say it every time I'm here. Our goal in representing you at the legislature is to portray to the lawmakers, to anybody who will listen, the expertise that we are bringing to this work day in and day out in partnership with them to accomplish the goal we all share of providing the best education to kids as possible.
Well, and I would agree, and I think that starts with, just like Trustee Westlake saying, how do we teach our kids, get them in the classroom? Well, that'd be great if we get our teachers into the classroom and compensate them. So I support anything that can help, keeping teachers and bus drivers and our police officers. I am 100% behind that, and I believe that should be, me personally, in my opinion, our priority. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam President. So during my part of my campaigning, I was out there talking to the community, and I had one constituent explain to me how his daughter graduated in California as a teacher, and they were trying to move her back to Reno, and the qualifications were too difficult, and that she couldn't get. I guess she had to do some extra work just to be able to come back home. So I do know that that is something that we have to address, and that's important for us, and I've heard this from different principals as well. The one question I do have for our superintendent, Ernst, is do we have an idea, any numbers of how many open positions we have within the school district?
Thank you, Trustee Woodley. We do have an idea right now. We're in the neighborhood of approximately 100 vacancies with our teachers going into the year. Historically, that's a fairly consistent number, but all of us hear that and we think, well, that's a high number, and I wouldn't disagree. And to your example around out-of-state licensure, that's one of the specifics that I think we have opportunity to really name within a BDR. I think the opportunity comes in the form of naming some of these specifics. We have someone out of state wants to come over, but the barriers there are too great, and when that happens, we're just not doing the best we can for our students. So when I think about this BDR and I think about, the more broad-ranging thought around it, I think perhaps our opportunity where we capitalize on WCSD expertise is naming some of the real specifics. Again, you're talking about licensure from elementary up to high school. Vice President Mayberry talked about general education to special education. Our school nurses are highly important, and we have some of the, I'm not sure how to best say it, but we have some very difficult circumstances to bring in highly qualified nurses that perhaps a more objectionable eye would say, I think we can get nurses in a bit more effectively. So, as I think about the BDR and it going forward, I think our expertise to tap into WCSD expertise is the real specifics around this. And then I think, that translates statewide. And as all of these barriers are being reduced, not only are we doing well for our community, but for the entirety of the state. So, long response to the question.
I do have a follow-up question to that, because I know Governor Lombardo did issue a series of executive orders, and I know one of those was to actually look at removing those barriers. Can you give any insight to that? It was like for cosmetologists, nurses, educators, and stuff like that. Has that been resolved, or is that still an issue and a barrier?
Part of the implementation of that particular order actually came through the legislature and consolidated many of the state's boards and commissions that handle occupational licensure into one office within the Department of Business and Industry that is likely to come back with a series of reforms in 2025. We haven't seen what those look like yet. The individual who took over that role is maybe 3 months on the job right now and is sort of drinking from a fire hose. Though I would add the caveat, that does not include the State Board of Education or any of the sort of other educational panels in its occupational licensing boards. But yeah, the Cosmos, the barbers, and probably the nurses, though I'd have to go back and look, all fall in there. So there's definitely an area and an interest across the board to speed this along. It is important to the governor. He's said that several times, and he's got a pointed interest in education. Something I will remind everybody is that interest in education doesn't always align with your interest in education, but where we can find commonality, we definitely try to tap into it and pursue it.
So after we have Trustee Nicolette, we will go to public comment, and then it feels like we're building towards consensus, so we can consider action at that time. Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you, President Smith. I personally, in all my visits when I go to schools, I hear from administrators and teachers, I hear from parents about the lost educational time. Why are we not spending more more time with our students, direct? We're so much paperwork, et cetera, et cetera. Having said that, I also like to find alignment so that we have a discrete focus that is encompassed in a macro focus, and we just decided on academic growth and achievement target 8, which is strengthen recruitment, retention, and advanced pathways. And so there is definitely some alignment there. And what I would say is I kind of like a cake and eat it too person. If we can find a way to jimmy in some of that, finding more time for our teachers and taking things off of their plate within there, that's retention, by the way, that would be really cool. So I definitely, improving access to qualified personnel in essence doesn't speak to me, but our target does.
All right, thank you. All right, JJ, we're going to go to public comment for this item, and just as a reminder to our upcoming speakers, we'll have some guidelines up on the screen.
I have no cards for this item.
All right. Then if it feels like we have some consensus around one of these areas, I would certainly entertain a motion or further discussion. Vice President Mayberry.
Yeah, I'll put this on the table. I move that the Board of Trustees provide direction to the superintendent to research possible proposals to improve access and remove barriers for qualified personnel for the Washoe County School District's 1 bill draft requests for the 2025 Nevada legislative session.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry, seconded by Trustee Woodley. Yes, absolutely. And that's also good because Trustee Church has rejoined us. So we have an active motion on the table, but I will ask Vice President Mayberry to just state that again so that we can all be on the same page.
I move that the Board of Trustees provides direction to the superintendent to research possible proposals to improve access and remove barriers for qualified personnel for the Washoe County School District's 1 bill draft request for the 2025 legislative session.
All right, seeing no lights on for further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. And thank you very much, Dylan and Tess. We really appreciate your guidance, and to Superintendent Ernst and for all the staff that brought this forward. On a note, I would like to say that I am grateful that you brought these ideas to our labor groups beforehand so that none of this came as a surprise, because we always want to be rowing in the same direction. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much for the clear direction, which as a public affairs firm is the very best thing a client can give us.
All right, everyone, that closes item 3.02 and moves us now to 3.03. This is the discussion and possible action to provide preliminary approval to the proposed amendments to Board Policy 9070, Board Policies, Administrative Regulations, and Administrative Procedures/Manuals. Remove 2-year rolling calendar for automatic review of policies and allow the superintendent/responsible office to recommend additions, repeals, or amendments to board policies on an as-needed basis, and initiation of the 13-day public review and comment period. This is an item for possible action. And with us today, guiding us through this conversation, is our Chief Legal Counsel, Neil Rombardo.
Thanks. Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, Trustees. This is Board Policy 9070, and we basically, long story short, we basically realized that we can't keep up with the 2-year rolling calendar that was required. We've had a lot of interference with trying to meet that. We've had to go into different delays for multiple times. And so what we decided to do in working with Superintendent Ernst is to come with a more targeted approach to address policies that need to be fixed, as opposed to just every 2 years you have to look at your policies and rewrite them. And so if you would go down. So basically what we did is on paragraph 3, you can see that, well, what I did is I made paragraph 3 consistent with the other paragraph, but paragraph 2. But in part, the most important part is that this allows us to have the targeted approach. So the responsible office for the board policy is responsible to make sure that the policy is being effective, and if it's not effective, then they need to come to the board and get it changed and work with our office to have it changed. Go down. And then the rest is really just cleanup language. I wanted to make it real consistent that it's adoption, repeal, or amendment, and so we just went ahead and added those in. Go down. And then the only difference here is that the superintendent may always adopt regulations. If the board directs the superintendent to adopt regulations, then they must do so, basically, or they must make their best efforts to do so. And that's it. So we're looking for approval and to move this to the 13-day review process.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, nothing in these changes stops the board themselves or trustees requesting. I want to be really clear for that for the record.
Oh, yeah, that's always been there. And that's actually the first way that, yeah.
Very good. All right, seeing no lights on. JJ, do we have any? Oh, Trustee Church.
I just wanted to comment. Basically, I'm in support of this. I think we're just so top-heavy in regulations and policies that we need to clean them up. But yeah, the 2-year thing focuses attention on just its 2 years versus the ones that really. But I just hope that the new superintendent has somebody sometime go through these and say we don't even need probably a third of these anymore. So thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights on. JJ, do we have any public comment?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, I will certainly entertain a motion or additional discussion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Vice President Mayberry, seconded by Trustee Woodley. Seeing no lights on for further discussion, my guess is Trustee Woodley's is on for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. That closes item 3.03 and now brings us to our last item in this section, item 3.04, discussion and possible action to provide preliminary approval to the proposed amendment to Board Policy 9100, Public Bodies, to remove the 3 consecutive term limit provisions for volunteers and initiation of the 13-day public review and comment period. This is an item for possible action. And again, with us, we have our Chief Legal Counsel, Neil Rombardo.
All right, if you just go down, keep going. There it is. So, as you know, the board previously had changed Board Policy 9100 to put term limits on members who serve on our public bodies. it's really inconsistent with our issues of our inability to get folks to serve on public bodies. I asked JJ yesterday for a list of vacancies, and unfortunately I didn't print it out, but there's numerous vacancies. We're losing folks who volunteer on our public bodies. We've lost 2 chairs. We lost 1 chair in particular, Dave Solero, who was excellent. He served on the Capital Funding Protection Committee for years from its outset. He was a great chair. There was never an open meeting law issue with him, and he just got term limited off. He didn't want to leave. He was forced off by us. And so after having discussions, I was asked to bring this back and to change this back to remove the term limits, and that's all this change is. I think I caught a typo somewhere on page 1, but that's basically it.
Thank you. I also want to share that I was also, and I'm glad that we try different things. These are important discussions to have. But I have also received communication from volunteers on committees asking us to reconsider this because we were losing tenured guidance and experience, with it known that these members must be in good standing and they must be approved by this board. And so I was also contacted and asked if this board would reconsider this item as well. I think I saw your light on, Trustee Church.
Thank you. I agree and disagree. I strongly disagree in part, and I understand the concern in part. And I think it's easily fixable with a concession. And essentially what we're looking at, page 5, member terms. And it does say you termed out after 3 consecutive terms without a 1-year break in service. On the other hand, as I've said over and over, we want people to apply. So this assumes that there's not a lot of people out there on a particular committee that might be interested in applying. And I'm just totally opposed to automatically having somebody in the bureaucracy here determining that we're not going to open it up. We're going to just reappoint them. And then it does go to the board, but the board consistently just approves that. My compromise that I would propose is to say they will not serve more than 3 consecutive terms without the position being open to applicants, including the current member. So they can reapply, but we at least open it up to the others. And I will point out, and I know everybody's tired, it's late. We just did this a year ago. June of 2023, we went through this policy, and I remember that meeting, and we gave some concessions. And I gave some concessions, and we came up with a good policy. So please, I can even make a motion, but please consider that we do it that way, where at least we allow them to reapply, but it's not determined by somebody in the bureaucracy that we're not going to take applications. Thank you.
So Trustee Church, we did make concessions, but then you voted against the policy. We made almost every single concession that you had, and because you didn't get the last thing, you voted against it. So I struggle with that. I'm glad that we implemented it, and we should be having these conversations, but it's really difficult for me to say to make another concession because you voted against it. So personally, the changes here reflect flexibility. We absolutely review every single person that comes up for reappointment, and I will also point out that most of these committees also have at-large positions. So anybody that's interested in applying has a multitude of different slots. Like, for example, there'll be parent slots or community slots or at-large slots. And then you also have committees like zoning, where each trustee is actually allowed to take the lead on an appointment. And so I do feel that there are multiple opportunities for everyone in the community to join a committee. And given the number of vacancies we have right now, we did try this for a year. We have many vacancies. And so I would love for there to be an outpouring of this, but I don't think that we should keep tenured knowledge from the committees. But based on the openings, we have more than enough slots for everybody who wants to participate in the community. So I do support this. I see Trustee Nicolette's light on, and we've got multiple lights. So let's go ahead and address everybody now, and then at some point we're going to go to public comment.
Thank you. Neil.
Yes.
we really are just removing the 3 consecutive terms and you're out.
Yes.
There's still going to be a process for if Diane is on her 3rd consecutive term and she still wants to serve, there still will be a process for Diane to apply. Yeah.
Yes and no. So if you were to look above on page, I think it's 4. Let me show you here.
Yes, help me, please.
Yeah, you'd fall into the reappointment process. Thank you, JJ. So if you're a member in good standing, which means you've attended the appropriate amount of meetings and
Yes.
you choose to be reappointed, then you have that first opportunity. And I'll just point out for the record, JJ and I were pulling up her email from yesterday, and it's 5 committees with 5 committees with at least 1 vacancy. We have still 3 vacancies on the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. The Audit Committee has a vacancy. Student Attendance Advisory Committee has a vacancy. Council and Family Resources has a vacancy. OPEB has a vacancy. And so we feel as staff and our team who represents all the public bodies that we've lost a lot of good chairs. That's the biggest concern to me, because the open meeting law, you lose a person who knows what they're doing when they're leading a meeting. That's a big advantage. But again, it's ultimately up to you. We'll make it work however you decide. But there's a yes and no to your question. There is a process to be reappointed. The reappointment process gives them an advantage over somebody who would be applying anew, if you will. Does that make sense? Did I
It
explain
does.
that well?
I wouldn't yes, thank you. I wouldn't necessarily even call it, the advantage is, I guess, but someone else can apply.
Well, under the reappointment process, not really. No. So how it works is, if you look at B right there, do you see it? Members in good standing may be, thank you, JJ. Members in good standing may be reappointed without the district opening the position for recruitment.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. And that was adopted because historically, so David Lasik under the Davis administration, and I wrote this back then because this was nothing. We had dozens of vacancies. We could not get people to apply for these positions, and they went unfilled. And under the old open meeting law, you had to count that as a seat. So at times we couldn't even conduct business.
Mm-hmm.
And now you don't have to do that anymore, but I don't think we should take advantage of that. That shouldn't be our goal, to have vacancies.
And if I may, I believe I might be the only person here at the dais that has been a reappointed committee member. And I will tell you that I was vice chair the first year, so the chair in that role, and then I was chair for the next 3 years. We took very seriously what the requirements were. This board sets the requirements. We already have that. You must be a member in good standing. You must be recommended for this. And then this board needs to actually agree with that. So as the chair, I made those expectations very clear. And that often meant really gut checking with someone. So I do want you to know that this is handled with fidelity.
Yes.
And those rules are generally followed. And I personally believe that's in large part as to why we typically do reappoint. You just don't see the volunteers that are not coming, and that's because that's managed earlier in the process. So I do just want to share that from personal experience.
And a wonderful point, thank you. And I was reappointed on several committees, and I will say that my experience was that the committee itself really monitored itself. And the chair, a good chair, will have a conversation with Diane. If Diane's not showing up or pulling their weight or whatever, then the chair, it's incumbent upon the chair to say, hey, we need to talk.
Yeah, I think the change that if you don't show up, you don't get reappointed is a good one, because we can't conduct business if they don't show up. So, and I think that was done last time. Yeah. Around.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like anyone who wants to apply and doesn't because of the reappointment automatic process, it sounds like they have many opportunities to serve somewhere else. So I can state from my experience being on the AA board and having to find a parent, I felt the stress. So there were 2 occasions where I felt like I couldn't find anyone and I got a job. I can't be out there in the corner trying to find people to volunteer. So I know what that's like, and it's real. And if you can't find people to fill it in, then you have nothing. So I do like this change. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights on, JJ, do we have any public comment?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back to this body for potential action.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Nicolette, to approve item 3.04. Seeing no lights on for further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you very much, colleagues, and I appreciate that discussion. All right, that closes item 3.04 and section 3 in its entirety, and we will move on now to section 4. Item 4.01 is our student representatives report. We do not have that representative with us, but we look forward to welcoming our new student representative next meeting. So that will now close item 4.01, and we'll move on now to item 4.02, our board reports. And we will go ahead and start with, I don't know, which one of the two would prefer to start? Trustee Westlake, do you want to get us started? All right.
Thank you. Not a lot going on because school's been out, but I did have the opportunity to head up to UNR and meet with Quentin, Manny, Sammy, and the Dean of Students for the Dean's Future Scholars. This is just another pathway for our students available to them to attain goals and also to have mentorship, which is probably one of the most important things for our students to have success, either a mentor from an upperclassman, a teacher, an administrator, the school nurse. I mean, it's just someone else in their corner that believes in them and wants to be a part of their journey in getting to graduation. And it's a very supportive process. They get to be up on the UNR campus. They're in the College of Education. It's a more condensed curriculum, but they're able to get math credits and science credits, and they feel like they're part of the pack up there. It's a very family type community, and it's just extremely, extremely positive. I wish we had more spots available. I think it's something like 74 kids they can offer this to, and they take recommendations from principals and counselors at schools for these kids to join in when they are, I believe it's 7th grade, 8th grade, and then they go on to high school. But Manny and Sammy were both, and they came and spoke here too. They were both products of this system, and it's just it'd be awesome if we could have more of it. But I'm really appreciative that we do have what we have, and it's fully self-funded, and they get from grant money. But it's what they do well. They have great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So as we know, school is out, so there really wasn't much to do. But I did stay busy because I did spend the last couple of weeks visiting the NICU with our newborn. And I'm happy to say that we did bring him home over a week ago. So that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Congratulations to Trustee Woodley on that new addition. And I'm going to speak very briefly at public comment, so I won't bother talking here.
Yeah, with summer, I kind of just enjoy some family time with, with the wife and kids. Not a whole lot to report. I can't remember if we had a board meeting after our school graduation, so I did attend a series of those. That was awesome, seeing our brightest going on to the big world. And I just want to give a shout out to Interim Kristen McNeel. Thank you for everything you've done. And Washoe County is very lucky to have people like you, so thank you. And welcome our official Superintendent Ernst. So I look forward to working with you and doing great, amazing things.
Yes, same. I enjoyed the summer, looking forward to the school year, so nothing of real substance. Thank you.
I would just simply add to Dean's future scholars that on my visit, it was very heartwarming to see that many of the teachers are summer off, Washoe County School District teachers, so that was a wonderful connection, really nice. And to learn about the partnerships within UNR that Dean's future scholars utilize. I mean, the services, the wraparound, the fun, it's a wonderful, wonderful program, and I think it would be wonderful if we could grow it. And then I just have it's a wish, it's a hope that our employees, our 7,500 employees, are finding some time to enjoy the summer, to take care of themselves, their families, their friends, their yards, their gardens, so that they can come back and we can continue to make great things happen.
All right, so I hope everyone's having a great summer. I'd like to provide some specific congratulations and recognition for Trustee Woodley, not just for becoming a dad again, but I want this community and this dais to know that he has provided really clear, strong, and incredibly effective representation on behalf of all of Northern Nevada and the NIAA, and he has done some remarkable work, particularly around the area of mental health awareness and understanding with our student athletes. And I really hope we get the opportunity to explore that more. So thank you so much. I absolutely want to welcome Superintendent Ernst and also Deputy Superintendent Tiffany McMaster to our highest levels of leadership. Congratulations to all the students competing in national competitions over break. They've been all out and about representing Washoe County well. And I also want to bring some attention to communities and schools. They're doing a Fill the Bus event right now with school supply items and health and wellness items as well. You can go to their website and see that supplies can be dropped off at multiple locations, and there'll be a grand finale event this Thursday, the 26th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And so that brings me to my closing. And this will not be the only thing we say about you. But I'd like to close with a sincere thank you to Dr. Kristen McNeel, who is with us for the last time at this meeting. And I really do hope it's the last time, and I mean that with so much love. She has nearly 30 years of honorable work in the Washoe County School District. She started as a third grade teacher at Smith Ridge Elementary, moved through as an assistant principal, and then achieved the role of principal at Lois Allen Elementary. She then joined senior district leadership a dozen years after her start. She has been our interim superintendent 3 times and our superintendent of schools during the most challenging time in modern history, which is through the pandemic. And still yet, she answered the call to selflessly come out of retirement to lead us when we needed her. So I want to publicly state that when we teach our daughters, sons, and children to love and serve Washoe County, I believe we teach our daughters, sons, and children to look up to the model set by Dr. Kristen McNeel. Thank you so much. And that closes item 4.02. And we'll move on now to item 4.03, which, spoiler alert, will continue on with that topic.
Thank you, President Smith. Just to provide a couple of brief updates on the work that I've begun as superintendent. Have been meeting with teacher focus groups, our associations, principal groups, our associations, with our higher ed institutions, TMCC, UNR, really working to get to listen to our employees, to listen to our partners, and work from there as we are developing plans going forward. One thing that I have come to understand far better during my time as Chief Accountability Officer and in this role is while our schools are out, there is a great deal of work that occurs here in the school district. Our finance team, our grants team, doing just some tremendous work, our accountability team. And it's just important to note that sometimes, even myself, thought, okay, well, maybe those schools are closed down and maybe that's just a real quiet time. I think a lot of folks would smile at that and recognize that indeed this is a very busy time. And I wanted to just take a moment to thank my leadership team. Many of them are here tonight. For their efforts to capitalize on this in-between time so that we can get off to a strong start for the upcoming school year. And so I definitely want to pass along my thanks to all of you, and just wanted to share that. And then, you know, President Smith, I've had the opportunity, and trustees, I've had the opportunity to work very closely with Dr. McNeel. And I'll say to you, it's been a gift as an incoming superintendent to work alongside and learn from someone that has the highest ethical standards, the integrity, and operates from that place. And that means a great deal to me. And I've had a chance to work very closely with Dr. McNeel and see that firsthand. And I encourage, and not only that, just remember, we've talked about an interim superintendent a time or two. A superintendent comes out of retirement for the good of our school district. That sense of duty and dedication is really second to none. Moreover, then a willingness, after a new superintendent comes in, to spend another month working with that superintendent to ensure a strong handoff. Dr. McNeel, my gratitude to you personally in this role as superintendent, your grace, and just the commitment that you have had to our school district. Our entire community is better because of all you've done. That's substantial, and I just want you to really hear that. And I speak for all of us. And so I think we wanted to share a couple of things as we're moving forward here, kind of queuing some things up, and we'll kind of take it from there.
Looks like it's time for you and I to go have some more adventures, Xander. See you all around.
And so we are going to ask Dr. McNeel to come up. Our board has a gift for you to one of your favorite gardening shops so that you can enjoy this time. And we also have a bouquet of wildflowers that includes carrots for your horse, Xander. So we'd like to welcome everyone up to take a photo. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for making that such a special moment. That closes item 4.03 and section 4 in its entirety, and we will move on now to section 5, starting with item 5.01, public comment. And we welcome the members of our public. As you do come up, I do also want to point out that we have some guidance on our screens for participation. And JJ, who can we welcome as our first speaker?
Roger Edwards.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards. Thanks for joining us today.
Good evening, Roger Edwards, for the record, 50-year resident of Washoe County. Father of 3 that all went to school here. Grandfather of 5, great-grandfather of 2. My first item is, once again, and I hope you're all tired of me saying this, I'm eventually going to burn out. Nowhere on this agenda is there a quality of education item to be discussed. You guys don't get it, huh? We're the worst in the nation. Out of 50 states, and I know it's not just Washoe County, it's the state of Nevada has the call on a lot of the curricula, but come on. There's nothing stopping Washoe County School District from being ahead of the state. You can't do it unless you put it on the agenda. I have to believe that having a doctorate after your name or a master's or a bachelor's degree initials must not amount to anything, okay? Because it's clear it's not important that these people are not smarter than an aircraft mechanic or a plumber or a welder back here, because they would fix this problem. They wouldn't let it go on and on and on and on and on. And I'm amazed that you elected Dr. Ernst. And he was up here for years after year after year saying, here's the charts and graphs. We've been doing terrible for the last 10 years, and it's not getting any better. And nobody paid any attention to him. Well, I'm hoping that by making him superintendent, this whole program will change. We'll find out. I don't know. It's clear that quality of education is not important as this board can be. We'll find out. We'll find out if electing Dr. Ernst is going to change anything. How does this board ever plan on changing the disastrous direction that the school district is in if you keep doing the same thing over and over? Traditional education is the only answer. No CRT, no SEL, no DEI, no short days, and no ESL. You got to get back to traditional education like we had in the 80s. Long days. You've shortened the days. How do you expect to do anything with all the people, young people not even being in school?
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. We
without
appreciate
changing
you.
something.
Marie Rodriguez.
Welcome, Ms. Rodriguez.
I'm going to tell you a little bit about this kid I knew. He had parents who were not terribly interested in their children's education, unfortunately. They were loving parents, provided for them, but they kind of just sent the kids off to school, signed their report cards, and that was the end of their influence on their providing them goals in life. He wound up in 3rd grade being moved up to the 5th grade reading class because of how well he read. And as he got to high school, it was evident he was going to be the valedictorian of his class. And his teachers talked to him, so, Rick, what are your plans after school? And he goes, well, I don't know, probably going to work in my dad's shop. His dad owned an auto repair shop. They're like, aren't you going to college? And he goes, I don't have any money for college. Fortunately, they knew how to get him into college and talked to him and helped him. And he's now a retired anesthesiologist. It's my oldest brother. Teachers make a difference. And I know each of you on this board support the teachers of Washoe County. You've proven it. You've gone to legislature to get them the raises that they need. And you've improved the security of the schools by providing additional police, getting a canine in there. You guys care, and I've seen it. I've been watching. One of the things that I am so happy that was brought up is getting the teachers involved. Trustee Westlake brought that up. Getting the parents and the teachers connected, because often it's not the schools that's failing. Unfortunately, it's the parents. My parents were those parents. I didn't go to college until I was in my 40s. So I want you guys to keep up the great work that you're doing. I know you care. I have seen the changes. I've seen the new schools. I have been to many of your meetings. I've seen the decisions that you've made that are good for the schools. And while I am super happy about safety and belonging, Target 7 involving the parents and guardians, I also am interested in the BDR for qualified personnel. And I really hope you will make it easier for your substitute teachers to get through that process. It costs them money, almost their entire first paycheck, or over their first entire paycheck, just to go through that. My husband was a substitute teacher before he retired. He had a bachelor's degree, great with math, loved the kids, but it was a hassle for him to do it, to get that substitute teaching permission. And I think you might be getting more people if the process were easier, if it didn't take their first paycheck. But thank you for what you're doing. I'd like to welcome our new superintendent. We're going to miss you. But again, you guys are doing a fantastic job. I want you to know that most of Washoe County knows that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rodriguez.
Bruce Foster.
Welcome, Mr. Foster.
Good evening, trustees, and welcome Superintendent Ernst. And I certainly hope that we can improve the academics and continue moving forward what were, all the goals that you have placed for yourself. And the first request is maybe try it. And you talk about families and parents' involvement. Certainly, as we mentioned before, recommend getting these meetings in the evening so we can have parental family involvement so they can express what's going on with them and their kids that are in the Washoe County School District. And then maybe even for the Hispanic population, have an interpreter for those families. But what I am keying in on, once again, and in the spirit of the event that we had last week or a couple of weeks ago, where we identified, well, through Capital Resource Institute, through Karen England, and then we had Turning Point Action brought up Pastor Amachuku, where we are trying to shine a light and really get public awareness on the pornography, the rampant pornography that is within the school system. And basically, wishing you have all these different teams, and perhaps you can develop a pornography identification team. And I know Karen England has mentioned that she's definitely saw that Washoe County School District, and with her research, has the most, or is the worst offender in the nation of that type of issue. And what I found is that a book called Perfect, this is in a number of your high schools. I picked this up at the Washoe County Library in the teen section. Well, what's a teen? Well, that's 13 to 18-year-olds. Their hormones are raging. And page 155, beautiful. I lift up my knees, turn to face him, kiss him as this might be our last kiss. Intention clear in the race of my heart and the way my tongue tangos over his. He pulls back. Wait, are you sure? In answer, I squirm free of my sweater. Now that's beautiful. His lips move over me. 156, wet and rough and punctuated by sharp nips of teeth. He lays me back across the seat, and his thumb runs along the waistband of my jeans. Danger scent envelopes me. You are ready, aren't you? He fumbles at my waistband, and I hurry unbuttoning. Desire a steady thrumming like rain upon tin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foster.
Sandy Tibbet.
Welcome, Ms. Tibbet.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. So NRS 203090 basically says if someone disrupts a legal assembly or meeting without proper authorization, they can be charged with a misdemeanor. So I brought with me my proper authorization, my Constitution. Yeah. That's right. Which gives me and everybody else in this room the right to exercise their freedom of speech and the right to petition their government for a redress of grievances, which is what I and a lot of other people in the community have been doing for months. Unfortunately, our government, which is this body right here, continually chooses to ignore us. They ignore we the people, the community here, with our concerns. So in response, we the people assembled peacefully last month on the 25th to demand the removal of the age-inappropriate books from our school libraries, and in retaliation, this board threatened lawfare by weaponizing the Nevada revised statutes against we the people. Why? Are you afraid? What's going on? Well, why the rhetoric? October 27th, long before our community book challenge was presented, Washoe County School District held a community forum at Spanish Springs High School where a parent raised concerns about the book Genderqueer being in the high school libraries. The following day, Enfield received an email, it's right here, from a different parent who confirmed genderqueer was available at Hug High School by using Destiny, the same thing that we're using to look up our books, right? Enfield then forwarded that email to Michelle Anderson and Troy Parks, instructing them to address how books, instructing them to respond, how books are selected and ensured to be age appropriate. So Troy Parks in turn forwarded that email to Kendra Fox. I have never been able to locate a copy of Genderqueer on Destiny, and I look all the time. So what happened to the book? Was it removed from the collection because it was deemed age inappropriate? So you want decorum during these meetings? We want our challenge books on the agenda. We want a board policy for the books. It's not hard. And then the relationship with ALA terminated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tibbett.
Joni Hammond.
Welcome, Ms. Hammond. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening. Good evening, President Smith and trustees. I'm Joni Hammond. Much of what I'm going to talk about is taken from Stephen Moore's book called Follow the Money. The first iron rule of American politics is follow the money. That explains about 80% of what goes on in Washington and probably 100% or 95% here. Shortly after the latest climate change report was published, CNN noticed that one reason so many hundreds of scientists are persuaded that the sky is falling is that they're paid handsomely to do so. In America and around the globe, governments have created a multi-billion-dollar climate change industrial complex. A lot of people are getting really, really rich off of the climate change industry. According to a recent report by the U.S. Government Accountability Office, federal funding for climate change research, technology, international assistance, and adaptation has increased from $2.4 billion in 93, $11.6 billion in 14 to $26 billion in 2020 for climate change programs. This doesn't prove that the planet isn't warming, but the tidal wave of funding does reveal a powerful financial motive for scientists to conclude that the apocalypse is upon us. Apparently, if you take money from the private sector to fund research, your work is inherently biased. But if you get multi-million-dollar grants from Uncle Sam, you're as pure as the freshly fallen snow. How big is the climate change industrial complex today? Surprisingly, no one seems to be keeping track of all the channels of funding. Forbes magazine went through the federal budget and found about $150 billion is spent on climate change and green energy subsidies. That doesn't include the tax subsidies that provide a 30% tax credit for wind and solar power. So add to those numbers about $8 billion to $10 billion a year. Then add billions more in costs attributable to the states with renewable energy mandates that require utilities to buy expensive green energy. Worldwide, the numbers are gargantuan. 5 years ago, a leftist group called the Climate Policy Initiative issued a study which found that global investment in climate change reached $559 billion that year. Then, to give you a better sense of how money hungry those planet saviors are, the CPI moaned that this spending falls short of what's needed, a number estimated at $5 trillion. For $5 trillion, we could feed everyone on the planet, end malaria, and provide clean water and reliable electricity to every remote village. And we would probably have enough money left over to find a cure for cancer and Alzheimer's. The tsunami of government money distorts science hidden in ways that even the scientists who are corrupted often don't appreciate. Now here's the real scandal of the near $1 trillion that governments have stolen from taxpayers to fund...
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond. And I quite like your necklace. It looks like a heart. It looks very nice. Thank you.
Cliff Nellis.
Welcome, Mr. Nellis.
Thank you, President Smith. I want to say that I resent your opening thing. I don't mind recognizing the Paiutes and the other tribes, but when you say to live and learn on their land, this is not their land. This is our land. This is the United States of America. You know, my ancestors came over 300 years ago to build a nation, and they built a nation, and they've allowed the indigenous tribes to have sovereignty over their own lands. So on their reservations, yes, you can say that, but this land here is not their land. I want to make you aware of what happened at the county commission. You're probably not aware of this. They have to canvass the vote, which means to examine it to make sure that it was correct. That's what the word canvass means. And 3 of the 5 commissioners voted not to canvass it because there were so many problems, and I can't go into detail or I'll lose my time. But there were so many problems. What is amazing is what resulted from their honest analysis of this. There was a firestorm. We can't have that. Why not? We had public rallies asking, hey, can you guys just verify the machine count, you know, by a hand count or what? The paper ballots and the machine tapes. That's all you got to do. They refused to do that. Now, doesn't that stink? That seems like they're hiding something, doesn't it? And they also threatened them with $50,000 fines, jail, and removal from office. Have you guys ever had that happen to you? Has anyone in this state ever had that happen to an elected public official? Well, we have run mathematical analysis of this and found that there are problems with the vote. And somehow 2 of our districts won over 52% so that they don't have to run in the general. How did that happen? Especially one in particular didn't even have a campaign, no website or anything. And that person won over 52%. Why? We know the elections are fraudulent. You guys do too. We want you to ask the county commission to hand count the votes, to give us confidence in our elections that you really were elected to
Thank
be.
you very much, Mr. Nellis. We appreciate you being up here.
To be the school
Thank you so
board
much.
trustees.
All right.
We know it's
Who do we have?
fraudulent.
Mr. Nellis, this is your warning. Please, thank you for your time.
It is a fraudulent
Mr. Nellis,
system.
this is the warning. Thank you so much. Who do we have next, JJ?
Drew Rebar. Wendy Hart.
Welcome, Ms. Hart. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening. I had a thing I'm going to go into, but I did want to mention after a couple of your comments that I heard that, sorry, nervous as usual, that anybody who knows anything about goals are told set a goal, right? Set a goal is not, I want to lose weight. Set a goal is, I want to lose 5 pounds by a certain date. Otherwise, you never reach that goal. So watching what was going on today, yeah, it's great to have those ideas, but you set a goal and then you make a plan on how to get to that goal. You don't make plans and then try and go, well, we kind of want this goal up here. So just my 2 cents. The other thing is, I'm going to talk about the school books and the pornography in the school books. I'm not going to read to you. I think you guys have heard enough, but I'm not here to condemn you, but I'm hopefully to educate you on the risk of removing these books. I'm generally talk to kindergartners, and I'm a dog trainer, so dog people, so hang in there with me. But doing some research on the exposure of pornography on children, according to ChatGPT, which is supposed to be a non-biased source, here are some key findings on exposure to pornography. Behavioral issues. Number 1, exposure to pornography can lead to increased aggression and inappropriate sexual behaviors in children and adolescents. Some studies suggest a correlation between early exposure and a highly likelihood of engaging in risky sexual behavior. Number 2 is mental health. Children exposed to pornography may experience increased levels of anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. This content can distort their understanding of sex and relationships, leading to confusions and stress. Attitudes and belief. Exposure to pornography can shape children's attitudes towards sex, often leading to unrealistic expectations and misconceptions about sexual relationships. It can also contribute to the development of a sexist attitude. Mental development. Prolonged exposure to pornography can interfere with normal mental development, potentially academic performance, and other areas of learning. Addiction, just like adults, children and adolescents can have an addiction to pornography. So if you're not sure of the definition of pornography, it refers to media, images, videos, writings, or any material created explicitly to depict sexual acts or arousal of sexual desire. And if we want to protect our kids, these were all the things presented why we should have pornography in our schools, because people will feel better about themselves. People will not be interfered with.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hart. I appreciate it. But thank you for that.
Jeff Church.
Welcome, Mr. Church.
And I do have a handout for the trustees. So thank you. My name is Jeff Church. Recently, we had a failed assassination attempt, as we know, on former President Donald J. Trump, and almost immediately leaders from all sides called for calm, called for toning down the rhetoric. President Biden personally came out and talked about toning down the rhetoric, which probably hasn't reached down to this level, unfortunately. But as I contemplated on that, I contemplated on my military career serving in South and Central America. And I met with very many military officers and high-ranking officials in foreign countries down there. And I was present during the rise and fall of the Chavez regime in Venezuela. And I've been to Venezuela, been to El Salvador. So the handout, I'm not going to go into detail, but it's just for your reading pleasure. It's one of those things, essentially all I did was cut and paste some articles from This Is Reno, BBC, Wikipedia, so fairly reliable type sources that aren't considered radical, far right or far left. I also referenced a website, Beaumont Gate, and that's so important because I thank so many of these public speakers. They get up here, they're nervous, but they do their best, and they come to these meetings and sit and speak publicly. And that's exactly what Beaumont Gate is all about citizens in Beaumont, California that went to meetings and stood up and gave their opinions and kind of how that played itself out. So it's the kind of article here that I hand out that might be good to look at and go, where were we 5 years ago? Where were we 10 years ago? Where are we today? Where will we be in another 5 years? And so I want you to kind of reflect on that. And again, I'm not trying to be super political or anything else. I think they're fair articles to look at. But based on my experience in Central America, South America, Venezuela, et cetera, I'm troubled by what I saw there, and I'm troubled with some of the issues in this country today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Church.
Janet Butcher.
Welcome, Ms. Butcher. Thank you for being with us.
Janet Butcher, for the record, I won't ask to have it put verbatim, and I'll talk about that later. Welcome and good luck to Superintendent Ernst. Hopefully you will stand above the go-along to get-along crowd and put the education and not indoctrination of our schools in the forefront. On a quick note, DEI is now DIE. As large companies such as Zoom, Snap, Tesla, DoorDash, Lyft, Home Depot, Wayfair, Microsoft, John Deere, and Tractor Supply are now dropping the DEI programs as they are not beneficial in the business world. I thought the school was against bullying, yet I have listened to this body, I'll leave that out, especially bullying Trustee Church for simply asking a question or bringing up a good point. Trustee Church has brought up many good points However, we in the community do notice that he is not a part of the Go Along to Get Along Breakfast Club. At the last meeting on June 25th, I read from Toni Morrison's book, and I was not quoted verbatim as I asked. And these are Toni's words about tearing off the heads of white baby dolls and something about the transference of the same impulses to do it to live people. And then I'm going to get into the who defines a disruption. Disrupting the meeting by gaveling and recessing the meeting. No one was disrupting the meeting before, except the trustee running the meeting, when they pound the gavel and run out of the meeting because they choose not to listen to what they promote and support for the sexualization of the youth in our community. Why this Washoe County School Board of Trustees find the need not to be concerned with protecting our children and youth against this is beyond comprehension. They should be promoting a safe haven, not a den of proclivity. Then I want to address clapping. Clapping seems to help energy move through the body, and it helps the brain make a connection. It improves focus, reduces tension, and may have an effect. It also has many developmental benefits for children. It's an easy and fun way to take care of your brain.
Thank you very much, Ms. Butcher.
Victoria Meyer.
Welcome, Ms. Meyer.
Victoria Meyer, and I brought my copy of the Constitution too, just so that we remember our First Amendment rights to free speech. And if I'm not mistaken in interpreting that, it's pretty basic. It doesn't include repetitious comments and irrelevant comments. So I'd like to talk about my sister's blue sweater for about 2.5 minutes. Actually, no. But I could, if I wanted to. What I would like to talk about is, when are you going to put these books on the agenda? I know that I've heard that one or two, through direct communication of you, are working on this. We challenged these books in February. I'm not quite sure what you're working on, because it's pretty clear what's in them and that they should not be here. I did want to ask President Beth Smith about a recent national Eye on America interview. I'm not sure why they focused on Washoe County, except that there's a quote here. What you don't expect is harassment and intimidation and attacks on you, constantly screaming, swearing messages that people know where you live. I've never heard anything like that in this meeting, ever. If those threats are true, we as the public would like to know where they're coming from. It's a serious matter. That's true. I also want to address the fact that you made a statement, President Smith, that you're going to continue your work in spite of this apparent intimidation that none of us are privy to, but I'd like to know what that work is. What is it that people are up in arms about, and you're feeling threatened in some way, which is not okay, but to go on a national news show and say Washoe County is a big threat somehow to public officials here, I'd like to know what it is, what that work is that's so controversial. And And according to open meeting law, you guys can actually discuss this when we're all done talking here. It's not impermissible. I'd really like to hear an answer to what your work is. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Fred Meyer.
Welcome, Mr. Meyer.
So first, I'd like to say thank you to Jeff Church for his service over these last years. I was out there looking at the wall. All you guys, when you came, how long you've been here. So, you know, how responsible you are, I guess, would be the reason I would do that. You know, been here 4 years, 2 years, 1 year, just got here, whatever it is. But you've all been here long enough, from what I could see. And I don't know who Joe Ernst is, except from what I've heard. I've heard you've been in the system a long time. So we're pulling from within the system, not necessarily a bad thing just because of that. But we do expect you to pay attention to us out here. We really would appreciate, and not just, you know, the folding of the hands and giving us the, I mean, of course we want you to pay attention as we're talking, but to seriously consider our concerns out here. We don't want you to just, you know, appear to pay attention and then just move on with your business as usual. I concur with all these speakers out here, except for maybe that one, that you know, for what we've said here about the books. We want the books gone. Somebody's an awful slow reader if you've got somebody working on it here, because they aren't getting it done. We need them out of the school, and not all of them, or appropriately placed. I mean, let's talk about it. Let's at least have a discussion, a round table. Please, give us a break here. You know, we aren't going to go away. We are here. We are part of your constituents, I guess, right? Isn't that what we are? So we want your attention. We demand your attention. Also, these rules, you can just forget that. We can come here. We have a right to speak, and we will speak, and we will get loud if we need to. We'll do whatever we need to get this done. We care about the kids. I think you guys care about the kids too. I think this is about a worldview thing. I think that once he's gone, then everybody here is all in the same camp. Okay? You got the new person coming in, then you guys are all the same political persuasion. And then we've got, you know, everybody just yucks it up together, and you're all good buddies, and that's fine. But really, a little bit of contention here, somebody to stand up and say, hey, wait a minute. These folks are really saying something. You know, we need to listen to them. We need to read the books. Joe, we'd appreciate it. You're new. Come on. Show us something. Show us some metal. Show us what you're made of. We really would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. So that closes item 5.01, and we'll move on now to 5.02, our next meeting announcement. That is Tuesday, August 13th, 2024, the day after the first day of school for us. And that brings us now to item 5.03, adjournment of this meeting at 6:36 p.m. Thank you all very much.